All right. Welcome, folks. Welcome to Friday night. Welcome to the late shift. Good to see a bunch of folks out there tonight. It's been a busy week here. Certainly always busy at the ranch when the weather's bad, right? When it's freezing cold and you've got all the animals to take care of, it's always busy. And, we had a couple of days reprieve, and guess what? It's going to get cold again this weekend. I don't think it's going to get over freezing until maybe late Sunday. So at least here west of Fort Worth, that's kind of the deal. But the good news is, hopefully that translates into some extra shack time, right? Can't be doing a whole lot outside when it's freezing like that. So if everything stays put, nothing breaks, knock on wood, hopefully that turns into some extra shack time. But yeah, I'm curious to hear how you guys made out last week through the cold weather. It's great to see that we've got a bunch of folks here. It doesn't seem like the weather's kept anyone away today. I think things are in pretty good shape in most cases today. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Folks in green, especially, thank you for supporting the channel. Those are channel members out there in chat. So it's always great to see a bunch of green in the chat. And yeah, thanks for your support. It's certainly helpful in doing this thing for sure. It's much appreciated. But yeah, busy week. Hey, I dropped a video out there that's been doing really well this week. One of my hottest videos out of the chute, you might say. The last I checked earlier today, it was up somewhere around 13,000 views in a couple of days, in a few days, less than a week. That's big time for me. So, and that was on the Kenwood TM-D750 announcement in terms of it being certified. So when those things get certified, that usually means they're going to be on shelves before too long. So, based on all the comments, based on all the views, Dawn, why thank you, Dawn. I see you sent out some gift memberships. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. And congrats to everybody who got one of those. That's awesome. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate it. But based on the views, right, 13,000 views in a couple of days and a ton of comments, man. I mean, this radio is certainly generating some interest. And it's always interesting to read the comments. Generally speaking, there's lots of positive comments out there. There's constructive comments out there. And then, anytime you get a lot of comments, you're going to have a certain percentage of those that are just, kind of cranky comments. We'll call them cranky comments. Let's see where are we at comments wise here? I mean, is that right? Was I thinking it was like maybe over 500 comments, maybe? Something like that. It was a ton of comments. Of course, I can't find anything right now. Almost, yeah. No. What am I thinking? Almost 500 likes on the video. And there's a ton of comments. I don't know how many comments there are. Trying to find it real quick, and I can't. But bottom line is a lot of interest in this radio. Most of it is positive interest. Some of it is not. So we're going to talk a little bit about that radio tonight. I'm curious what you guys are thinking about. I've got some polls. I'm going to try to do some polls. I've not tried that before, but we're going to try to do some polls tonight. I'm kind of curious. We'll wait till we get a few more people plugged in, and we'll throw some polls out there. We'll see what you guys are thinking about this radio. I, for one, am excited about it. I've been excited about it. And I'm excited to talk a little bit more about it. Let's see what else. Oh, another kind of associated benefit from having a video that does well is I was also able to gain a fair number of new subscribers to the channel. And so at last check, and I did check maybe about an hour ago, because we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. Got to keep an eye on it. Yeah, we are, had a little bit of movement. We have 37 subscribers away from 5,000. And so, you know what that means? That means we're 37 subscribers away from giving away a radio and a bunch of other cool stuff. No, we're not giving away we're not giving away the TM-D750. I know someone's going to make that comment. I know they were. I'm going to beat them to the punch. We're not giving away that radio, but we are giving away a cool radio. Giving away an Icom IC2730B, giving away some elk antennas, giving away some Meshtastic stuff. I've also decided I'm going to give away some breadboard kits. And we may talk about that a little bit too. We'll see how far we get tonight, but I plan to do some more kind of electronics type projects, and we're going to try to relate those to radio. We're going to try, I've got some ideas of some things we can do with that CrowPanel, for example, but, kind of in support of that direction, part of that giveaway is I'm going to give away some breadboard kits so people can play along. Let's see what else. I received a lot of email this past week. A lot of people asking questions via email, which is great. Certainly send those questions in. If it's something related to a video, it's easiest just to tag it as a comment. But otherwise, send those in. I got a bunch of cool emails, bunch of people asking questions. Most of them were satellite related. Let's see here. Roger, 5 gift memberships. Man, you guys are awesome. Roger, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really like the gift membership idea, right? That certainly supports the channel, and I appreciate that. And it also gives other people a chance to kind of join in on some of the membership fun. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. That's a really cool way of supporting the channel. So thank you. Let's see. Dawn sent me a question here. Sad news for the Hamclock community. Yes. Very sad news. I've actually got that in my this and that segment, Dawn. But that is terribly sad news. And we can touch base on that here in just a minute. But Roger, thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations to everybody who got one of those gift memberships. I'm looking at the list here, and that's awesome. All right, let's see. See if I miss any other comments out there. Hey, 45. Mike Armstrong, welcome. Patty Boy, welcome. Yeah, we got some, those are some of the guys that got some of those gift memberships along with some others. That's great. Kyle, good to see you out there, Kyle. Are we going to have Texas ice curling? Boy, we could. I tell you what, so my driveway, the drive from my gate up to the house is, I don't know, it's maybe 200 yards, maybe 300 yards, something like that. I never really measured it, but it's, it's not like I could throw a rock from here to there. But Trina went out earlier in the week. I forget what day it was. I guess it was maybe it was yesterday. She went out, and it's always a little bit of an adventure, first of all. So this is like it's a dirt driveway. It's a dirt gravel driveway. And, you know, it's not, it's certainly not paved, and it's not even like a hard pack, right? I really need to do something with it, but I know it's going to cost me a couple of grand. So I just haven't done it yet. But anyhow, whenever we get a lot of water, either rain or when the snow starts to melt, it becomes it becomes pretty dicey in both directions. So you head down the hill, and then you've got a 90-degree turn that's banked in the wrong direction to the left before you get out to the gate. I don't know if Jason's been out here. He knows what that's like. But when you come down and you get ready to make that left turn, and with it being banked in the wrong direction, you can do a little Tokyo drift action there. And you know, it's got a higher level of difficulty than you might expect, because there's also a transmitting station right on that turn, a transmitting station for the natural gas that's on the property. So it's a little dicey. You come down, you're kind of turned the wrong way, you get into the Tokyo drift, and you hope you just don't take out that station. She got out fine, but on the way back, she wasn't able to make it up the hill. So she bailed out of the truck. And this is the ranch truck she was in. She was in the two-wheel drive truck, which, you know, I think the four-wheel drive truck would have been just fine. But she made it to the turn, and then she walked the rest of the way up. So I got some dirty looks on that one. Inverse camber, that's probably right 45. All I know is, you know, it's a Ricky Bobby moment whenever you're sliding down through there. Feels like a Ricky Bobby moment. All right, let's see. Yeah. Oh, there's T-Lo, Mudfest. Yeah, she's chiming in there. All right. Well, hey, you know, I mentioned that Kyle had to put the truck in 4x4. Oh, nice. Yeah, you know, we had the Gator in four-wheel drive running around all week this week. So, yeah, it is a little wild. But I did mention that we're 37 subscribers away from the channel giveaway. And if anyone is new here, and we could have some new folks, right? Because like I said, we gained a whole bunch of subscribers to the channel last week. So I want to make these couple of housekeeping announcements. So if you want to win that radio or any of the other goodies that'll be part of that stream giveaway, you want to make sure you're on the community list. That's the only way to win. So you hit this URL, put in your email address, and I certainly don't sell that list. I use it just to communicate with folks who have an interest in the channel, send out an occasional newsletter, send out an occasional reminder of the upcoming live stream. You know, I can go months without sending something. I'm going to try not to do that this year. I did send one out last week, so folks got that newsletter last week, and I try to put some valuable stuff in there. I had a bunch of coupon codes, affiliate links, you know, stuff that you guys might be interested in, you know, try to save you guys a few bucks where I can, with coupon codes and those types of things. So I always put those in there as well. But you got to be on the community list if you want to win anything. So all the drawings happen from the community list. And looks like we maybe have some new folks out there, because I see we've got a few new community members rolling in right now. So yeah, we had 3 here in the last minute or so. So those people, they know what's up. All right, 3 inches of ice, Dawn. Whew. Dang. Yeah, we had some ice too. I didn't bother going out there and measuring it. It was slick. There's no question about it. And here in Texas, what do you do with ice? You wait for it to melt because you don't know how to deal with it otherwise. We're not well equipped to handle any of that stuff. The other thing I'll mention here real quick is my links list, right? So this is bitsy/dr. This will get you a bunch of links related to either merchandise for the channel, if you like any of the logos, bumper stickers, t-shirts, those types of things that I put out, you can find them there. It's also where I list a number of my discount links. So if you're looking for a discount on a Meshtastic device or a B-Tech radio or something from Rack Wireless, something from Seed Studio, I've got a lot of those types of things out there, right? If you're looking for affiliate links, if you're buying some stuff and you're looking for a way to support the channel that doesn't cost you anything, use those affiliate links, right? I've got Alpha Antenna out there, just a bunch of different things out there. Got my Amazon store link out there. You guys know the deal. So I try to put all that stuff out there, and that's where you can find it. All right. I think we got all that stuff covered. Oh, the one other thing I did want to mention about that link list, and you know what? Let me just jump over here real quick, just to show, because I know we have some new folks that are likely out there tonight. Let me. This here is that the link list, and if you go to the very bottom of the link list, we've got a couple of files out here, and you know what? I updated these, but I haven't tested them. So let's do a quick test. Yeah, good. Okay. So we've got a couple of files out here that are provided by one of the friends of the channel. This is EOD Kaboom, Tim, who's out in the chat this evening. He keeps a couple frequency guides of all the current, and that's the key, these are current FM satellites that you may want to try working. So he's done a great job keeping this up the list, keeping this list revved. So this is current. He made this update, I don't know, a week or so ago, and I did get them out there. So if folks want to get a list of the frequencies for the current FM satellites, that's a great place to grab them. All right. So that is that. Let me see here. I think we're ready. I think we can go ahead and jump into the this and that segment. All right. And this is just things that I've seen throughout the week. These are things that I made note of that I want to share or that I thought was cool and I didn't want to forget. I usually just grab a screenshot of it, throw it in a folder, and then go through it here at the beginning of the show. One of the things I saw out there, we've talked about the UMKA. It's tempting to call it the UMKA. Maybe that's how you say it. I don't know. UMKA satellite, RS-40S. They do a lot of cool SSTV events, and they've got a new one going on right here. They've got some new images. So if that's your thing, if you want to try that out, it's pretty fun. Check these guys out. And, a couple weeks ago, I recommended to add these guys to your Twitter feed. They always have some good stuff out there for sure. Oh, let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I think this is how I had first heard of the creator of Hamclock becoming a silent key. I think it was with Matthew's post here. And, I've never been a Hamclock user, but I know we have a lot of Hamclock users in the community. It's certainly a very cool piece of software. I don't know much about it, but I know that I've got friends that like it, that use it, and, this is certainly a loss for the community. I understand that there's a chance somebody else may pick this up, but, that's all third-party information. I don't have any real detail about that. So if some of you folks have better information about that, please drop that in the chat. I don't know the details around there, but I'm hopeful that somebody picks that up, and certainly send condolences to the family of the creator there who has become a silent key. I don't even know his call sign off the top of my head. So maybe Dawn did mention that. But I certainly didn't want to miss recognizing that. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't see his name pop in there, so maybe we can look that up a little later. We'll see where the evening takes us. Something else I saw, this is always great. Every now and then, ARDC will send out this little reminder here saying, watch your transmit power, right? Especially if you're using a mobile and you use that mobile for multiple activities, right? You may have that mobile at a power level that you shouldn't be throwing at a satellite. So it's always good practice, right? Know what power you're using, regardless of the mode or activity. It's always good to double check your power. So I'm always thankful when ARDC sends this out. Certainly we don't want to damage or cause any disruption to any of the CubeSats out there. And I don't think a lot of people throw extra power at the CubeSats. I think we've got people that maybe throw a little too much power at the ISS, but at least the ISS can handle it a bit more. So, but that's always good. It's always good to have that reminder from time to time. All right. Something else I wanted to share real quickly. You guys may have seen this. I saw this out on the ARRL website. We talk often about the ARDC and the good work that they do. I saw this note here. The ARDC had recently provided a grant, $14,000 grant to the Raleigh Amateur Radio Society there in North Carolina. And they were sharing some news here about a school contact that they recently made in the area with the equipment that was purchased by that grant. So big fan of the ARDC, and anytime I see the good work that they do, I like to share that. You guys all know that for sure. All right, Andy Cowley, nice to see you out there. Welcome, Andy. Good to have you out there in the chat. All right. I thought this was pretty cool. You see this? This is the ARRL satellite antenna. Sold out. Nice job, everybody. You sold that sucker out. Now, I did reach out to a friend at the ARRL just to see what was going on there, just to make sure that there was a plan to restock this antenna, and there certainly is. There's a certain quantity that was a healthy quantity of additional antennas on the way. So if you have not yet got your antenna, shame on you. See, this is what happens. They sell out, but fear not, more are on the way. So it's good to see that those things, and they should, right? They absolutely should. For the price at $99, they absolutely should sell out, right? It's a great little antenna. It's got a diplexer. If you want to buy the Arrow antenna that has the same capability with a built-in diplexer, it's $200, right? So now I'm not saying this is going to have the same gain as the Arrow is, but if you're getting started and you're cost conscious, which, you know, many of us are, and you're trying to save a few bucks here, try to save a few bucks there, you can save a few bucks on this antenna and it does the thing, right? For 99 bucks, you can't beat it. Let's see. Dawn says, I wish I could tell you what I saw this week. You know what? I got to remember to do this. I'm going to try to do this. You guys have to remind me. All right. I wish I could tell you what I saw this week. I was at a NASA conference. Oh, yeah. Look at Dawn. I wish I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you. I can't share those great little details with you. Jason, thank you for the super chat. And yes, goats are cool. They definitely are cool. I got to give that a like. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right. 45 saving his bottle caps. Bottle caps. Are you guys watching Fallout? We'll have to, I'm going to put a note there. I don't know if you guys are watching Fallout. I'm watching Fallout. And I'm sure some of you had played the video game series. Yeah, there you go. Nuka-Cola caps. There we go. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Jason's all over it. But they're doing a great job with the series. It's a lot of fun. And for those of you who may not be familiar, one manner of currency, one type of currency in the game, in the show, is bottle caps. So that's what made me 45. I didn't know if you meant to do that, but that's certainly what I thought of. Yeah, I see Dawn's a fan out there. All right. Welcome, Gary. Thanks for joining tonight. Nice to see you out there. KR4JGD, welcome. John, good to see you out there as well. 2 degrees in central Ohio. Sorry to hear it, buddy. Sorry to hear it. We're going to be right back down there this weekend. I think we're headed toward 5 degrees. And you guys don't get it. 5 degrees in Texas is like, that's like 5 below in Pennsylvania, right? It's just colder here, right? You're just not used to it. Your blood's thinned out. You're just not used to it. Old-timey references. Well, you don't know how hip you are, 45. You just don't know how cool you are, buddy. All right. And that must be, I mean, that's 45. That must be before my time. Now, when I was a kid, we certainly collected cans and bottles. We'd go up and raid the trash cans at the volunteer fire hall, and we'd collect cans and bottles for the change, and we'd save that up. We were usually buying like a baseball or something like that. All right. Let's see. I got myself well off track here. Let's see. What else do I have here in this list of pretty cool stuff? Well, here's a couple of fun items. I found a good resource here, and I'll show this a little later in the evening. But I found a nice website that has a lot of detail about the various types of ESP32s out there. So I'll just mention it here. We can look at it later. But each of those different variants have different capabilities. Some of them have wireless capabilities, some don't. Some of them have more processor power. So it's interesting, and it's a nice reference. So I'll drop that in the show description, and I'll share it with you guys, because if you're playing around with this stuff, maybe you've already come across it, maybe you've already found it, but if not, that's a nice reference. Another thing I found that we may take a look at tonight, we'll look at it at some point. I don't know if we'll dig into it tonight, but I want to at least mention it. Like I said, we're going to be doing some electronics-based projects here on the late shift, and we're going to tie them into radio. And I'm going to tie them into satellite related radio activities. But, you know, not everybody wants to go out and buy a breadboard and buy this chip or that chip and, you know, this component, that component. This is a tool I came across, and first of all, it's a great reference. There's a lot of great reference material here, but there are also there's also programs that you can download for Mac, Windows, or Linux where you can simulate building circuits. And so I thought for folks who might want to play along, but maybe don't want to buy all the components and bits and pieces, this might be another way for those folks to engage and have some fun as we're working on those projects. I mean, you can certainly use it for lots of different things, but I thought that's what caught my eye on it. Let's see here. Into POGs. I don't know what POGs are, so Rick, you're gonna have to fill me in on that. Hey, Kelly, good seeing you out there. Welcome. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see. Yeah, so Wild Radio knows about POGs too. Yeah, I don't know what POGs are. Huh. Maybe I've just pushed that out of my brain. Maybe once you guys chat about it, maybe something will hit. But, you know, speaking about, you know, our little project stuff, I did get a chance to play just a little bit more over this week. And maybe we'll get into this. Maybe we won't tonight. We'll see where we go. We'll see how late it gets. But I wanted to share this little picture here, right? This is that GPS module that we were playing with last week that's interfaced with the CrowPanel. But what's interesting here is that little blue light right there. That little blue light tells you that you've got a satellite lock, right? That you've got an actual GPS satellite lock. And I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been able to fully figure it out, but I believe it's due to the satellite, the GPS satellite repeater that I bought and put in over the week as well. So I bought this little device right on Amazon. That's where we buy everything. It's got a GPS antenna on it. It's got a piece of coax that's like, I don't know, maybe 15 feet of coax that goes to this repeater module that then has another 15 feet of cable to it that you plug into a USB-A for power. And then what that'll do is that'll, you know, you drop the antenna end out a window, you know, get it outside where it's got clear sky, and then it'll rebroadcast that GPS signal in your house or, you know, within your building, whatever, right? Wherever you're trying to get that signal. You guys may recall, right? I'm in a second story shack. I've got a metal roof above me. I don't get any GPS signals in here. I've got one kind of port window that's out that way. On occasion, I can get some GPS, but I've got a little node here that I can see. I've currently got a lock on 4 satellites, and I was getting a lock on 5 or 6 satellites with my little breadboard project here. So that was pretty cool. Are you, let's see, are you reading the NEMA strings? Yes. Yes. I actually, Don, I took a little short of, you know, this whole little process here. And yeah, so I can see the NEMA strings going. I can see my lat long. I can see, you know, a bunch of different detail in that string. And I did find I found a reference to that tells you what you should expect in all those different fields between the. It's a comma delimited format. They tell you what you can expect in all those different cells, if you will. So it's pretty cool. It's fun. It's fun to learn about, certainly. Let's see. All right. I don't think I missed anything else there. So that's that. And then the one other thing I'll share with you guys is I've got a new sticker that I'll be handing out at Hamfests this year. So this is in support of the late shift. It's a little 2-inch round sticker. So if you see me at a Hamfest, you see me at any of the different activities where we congregate, ask me for a sticker. I'll have late shift stickers and obviously Digital Rancher stickers as well. But this is a brand new addition to the sticker realm. Let's see. Dawn says I've written code for GPS in my past life. Very nice, very nice. There's a lot of great code stubs out there, snippets, sketches, parts and pieces. I mean, it is fairly easy to parse. Like I said, it's just a comma delimited, right? There's a tag at the front of the string to tell you what the string is. And then it's a comma delimited string. So it's fairly easy. Let's see. 45 says, I gotta do this, guys. I gotta do this. There we go. 45 says, if you come to Belton, Radio Fiesta, or Houston, I'd ask for a sticker. All right. Yeah, I expect to be at Belton, one of the Beltons. I'm not sure which one, maybe both. I'm thinking the early one is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of stuff packed around. Let me just take a quick look here. When is that? That is in April. Yeah, so the weekend right after Belton is More Expo. So that's going to be iffy if I might just go down and do a day trip of it. If you're going to go down for Belton, though, it's fun to go down the night before. I'm either going to come to the April or I'll come to the, October. I'm going to come to one of them, 45, so we'll get you a sticker. All right, let's see. You also want to check out the TinyGTC. Okay. Let me write that down, Dawn, so I don't lose that. All right, let's see. Uh-oh. Wild says, I discovered my first boot loop. Yeah, that can happen. Let's see. Will you be joining us at the Go Kit Challenge? I don't know about the Go Kit Challenge. That one also, I mean, I showed you guys what my calendar looks like this year. It is tough. Why don't I have that? What weekend is that Go Kit Challenge? I went 2 years ago. I didn't go last year. So I've got the Hamsci trip on the Friday the 13th. Right, that goes through Sunday. Irving Hamfest is the Saturday before that, so I'll be at a Irving Hamfest. I'm going to Hamsci this year. I don't know when, March 21st. Yeah, up at Highland Village. Yeah, that's going to be tough. That'd be 3 weekends in a row. So that's likely not going to happen. I got to pick and choose. I got to pick and choose my battles. All right, let's see here. You guys are probably tired of looking at that logo. But anyhow, yeah, we got We got some new stickers, and I think I like them. I like the way they turned out. Oh, good. Yeah, Irving's always fun. I'll be working at the AMSAT table in Irving this year again as well. All right. So we're through with the this and that. Let's jump into our primary topic tonight. And what I want to chat about here, I want to chat about this new radio a little bit. Okay. We've got the manual here. I'm curious. You know what? Before we go too far, I'm going to put out, let's put out our first, let me put out our first poll here. Give me just a second and I'll set this poll up. I've not done this before. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward, but looks can be deceiving, right? Let's see. And now let's see. Okay, it will let me do that. Okay. My first question here is going to be about the price, right? What's this thing going to cost? Everyone's got an opinion on this. I'm curious to see, though, where we stand as a group. Let's see how this works. Take just a minute and let me know where you guys are, where you think this thing's going to hit. We'll let that run a bit. When are you going to see it, Bill? You should. When are you going to see the radio? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's got so it's FCC certified as a receiver now. So I think there's also, isn't there a CE certification that it has to pass? I don't think that is nearly as strenuous, but I do believe it has to get a CE certification as well. And then, you know, gosh, I mean, I would love to see it next month. I don't think that's likely. What I think we may see, though, is we may see a real working full radio. It's interesting. I'm watching some of these results come in. 44% over $1,200. Ooh, doggy. Now keep in mind, right? These guys know that Icom is right around the corner. Do you guys think that influences the pricing? Right? They've got Icom right around the corner with a radio that's going to be in square competition, right? This is, I don't think anyone would be able to argue that these aren't going to be competing radios. Where'd that comment go? Oh, Bill, that's good. Yeah, me too. Me too. We're seeing a little bit. I mean, to me, I think it's, I think the timing's going to be interesting, right? Here's the other thing that I think we all know at this point. When this thing comes out, it's probably going to be the highest price that we're ever going to see for it. That's usually the case. Anyhow, I have been kind of surprised at some of the other radios, right? Like the Icom 9700. That thing's over $2,000 again. I mean, that's just crazy, right? It was down to maybe, I don't know, $1,500, $1,400, and now it's back up over $2,000. But usually, right, these things are going to be the highest that they'll be when they come out, right? MSRP on day one is usually as high. That's usually the high watermark. And then eventually over time, they relax the price a little bit. I mean, we saw that certainly with the D74. Do you guys remember when the D74 came out? I mean, I think that was the first $800 HT. It didn't stay $800 for very long, though. I think it went down to 600 fairly quick. But that was the first HT that I recall. I believe that was the first HT that was $800. Yeah, Dawn, so no mic in the head, right? That's a deal breaker for some folks, but here's the interesting thing, right? So let me, I got to keep the chat handy here. Let me find it. I don't want to lose you guys. You guys got lots of good stuff going there, but let's move ahead here in the manual just a little bit. And let's see, right here. Let me pick a different color here. Let's go with yellow. Right? So if we look at this right here, and we look at this specifically, right? It's like I got a box of crayons. This has the headset protocol built into it. So the question's going to be, will you be able to use this hands-free in your vehicle? Right? If that's the case, Dawn, if that's the case, do you still care that it doesn't have a mic connection on the head? Right? If you can Bluetooth and use your vehicle's Bluetooth capability. Now, this is HSP. There's another, right? This is kind of the lowest level voice protocol for Bluetooth. There's another protocol. What is it? Come on, somebody probably knows it. There's another protocol that's a higher level protocol that has more capability in it. This one here, this HSP is limited to like mono, right? You don't get stereo with that. You get mono, which is fine, right? I mean, that's fine for radio. I don't know. I'm curious. What do you guys think about that? Bill says, Bluetooth. Yeah. What else are you guys saying here? Most of my vehicles don't have Bluetooth. I hear you, Liberty. I hear you. Yeah, I know. I've got an old truck that doesn't have Bluetooth in it either, but it does have USB ports in it. And so I'm able to put a Bluetooth adapter in it, and I get Bluetooth that way in that old truck. It won't do both phone and radio at the same time. I have to have hands-free for the phone. Gotcha. But, I think that's interesting, right? That, and the other thing that's interesting about Bluetooth on this radio is this is Bluetooth 5, right? The D75, the HT version of this radio, right? The little brother, the one that came out first, that's Bluetooth 3. And I know a bunch of people were salty that they couldn't Bluetooth their iPhone. They couldn't connect over Bluetooth with their iPhones because it was Bluetooth 3. iPhone supports Bluetooth 5. So, does this make this more appealing for that audience as well. Let's see. Yeah, Liberty, I prefer it as well. I would much rather use a hand mic than go hands-free. And I'm not a fan of Vox either, right? I mean, I want to be able to push the trigger. I want a PTT. But, you know, for some folks, that may help them, you know, if you can use it with a Bluetooth headset, if you can use it in your vehicle, that might make the issue, it might be less of an issue. You know, this was a hot topic in the comments of the video, and it was interesting to see everybody's take on it. And you know, somebody, so there were a couple of comments here. First thing I'm going to do is let me roll in here so we can take a look at the head of the radio. Because you can see it here. Let me try to get a better picture. I thought this was a fantastic comment that somebody made. And it was the speaker situation that brought it home for me. Somebody said, and this certainly depends, right? This certainly depends on your installation. But the argument that the commenter made regarding the mic being on the body as opposed to on the head is, hey, I'd rather have it on the body. I've got better routing options, and I don't have a cable hanging off of my radio head when it's sitting up on the dash, right? And he said, you know, I think what's worse than not having the mic connector on the head is having the speaker connectors on the head. Because if you want to set up external speakers, now you've got all these wires and cables coming off the head of your radio, which likely is in a very visible spot right up on your dash. And now this becomes very untidy, where if these speaker connectors were on the body, you'd be able to control the wiring much better, right? And that was really his argument for saying, I don't mind the mic being on the body. I'd rather route that and deal with that. And, you know, I don't need my mic up on my dash anyhow, but boy, I sure don't like having these speakers up there. I don't know, what do you guys think of that, right? I thought that was a fantastic point. I thought that was an outstanding point. And it made me think, you know, you know, maybe I don't care that my mic is maybe connected to the body that's under the seat, because I'm going to likely keep my mic closer to the seat than to the dash when I'm storing it anyhow. I'm curious what you guys think of that. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, certainly I'd like to have the option, Liberty. Yeah, I would love to have the option, but it doesn't break me up that it's not on the head. But what does bother me, you know, I hadn't even thought about it before, right? This hadn't even entered my brain before. But what I'm not wild about now is the fact that the speaker connectors are in the head. I don't like that. Right? Because if you think about it, the speaker connectors, oftentimes, if you see the way a lot of people will deploy external speakers, they'll put them kind of up behind their heads, right? So now I've got the body of the head of the radio in front of me, and now I've got to figure out how to get the wires back behind me. Ah, no thanks. I don't want that. even if I'm going to put them up in front of me, now I've got wires that I've got to deal with to have it in front of me. So I think the moral of the story is we can always find something to complain about, right? We can always, and we as hams, we will find something to complain about. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a poor choice. I would much rather throw these things in the back, take that real estate for those speakers, and give me a mic connection there, and then let me decide how I want to deploy it. Let me decide. Right? Yep, good point, Liberty. They're both bad decisions. All right. So I thought that was pretty interesting. All right. So let's see how we're doing. Oh, look at this. Things are shaking. Things are really shaking out. So we have 30 votes. Let me see how many people we have hanging out. So we got 46 people in the stream. We've got 16 people that haven't voted yet. Come on. We're all I think we're all of a certain age, right? We rock the vote. You guys remember that. Let's get everybody to vote here. We got 16 people that need to vote because we're almost split at 30, 33, and 7. I think that's pretty interesting. There we go. 31 votes. Come on, get out there. All right, there we go. Let's get the rest of you out there. Get a vote. Let's see where this goes. We still have a few more. We may have some folks that are coming and going. And I certainly understand that, right? Because we can tend to get a little long-winded here. 32 votes out there. Come on. All right, let's see. So I thought that was interesting. I've got another poll here that I want to get to, but I do want to, and they're somewhat related. So all right, 34. We're getting there. We're getting there. We want to get a good sample here. We want to get a really good sample. Let's see. Hey, if you guys have a question about this radio, please drop it in the chat and we'll look it up and we'll chat about it. You know, like I said, there was a ton of great comments, and I really enjoyed all the comments because there were certainly points of view that I had not considered, right? Just like the speaker thing. I hadn't even thought of that. And then it, you know, just made me grumpy for a little while after the fact, but you know, something I hadn't even thought about. All right, we're up to 35 votes. We got a few more. We're going to hang in there for just a little longer. Are we getting any separation here at all? Let's see. Are we getting any separation? We're getting a little bit. So we're seeing just a really small shift here. Interesting. All right, I'm going to let that go just a little bit. The waterfall is cool. Happy about the waterfall. Yep, happy about the waterfall. You know, lots of APRS stuff. I don't think that's a surprise. I don't think anyone's surprised by that at all. Lots of D-Star stuff. Nobody's surprised by that. This does do the near repeater search as well. You know, that's tied to D-Star. So that was one of the questions that came up in the comments. Somebody asked, hey, can this thing do the near repeater search like the Icom radios do? And I tell you, that's one of my favorite features of the Icom radios and the Kenwood radios. Yes, they both can do that. Let's see here. Don's got a question. He's thrown a question. See how Don tagged me there, guys? If you have a question, make sure you tag me so I don't miss it. What about the TNC? So it's a KISS TNC, and we'll dig. Let's see what we can learn about that. What about the TNC, and does the APRS have a QWERTY keyboard? So I'm expecting. I don't think we've seen any screens related to APRS. Let's just take a look here first. let's see. Where am I at? There we go. Let's see. Let's see what we can find out about the TNC. Maybe can I find it on KISS? For some reason, it's not liking. All right, so here. We'll zip through. I know I had seen, I know where I saw it. I'm going to zip to the menus. I saw it in the menu sections. There's a whole section here. There's a couple digital sections here. Let's see what we've got here. Looking. All right, here we're getting there. So here's some GPS related stuff. Here's some APRS related stuff. APRS beacon. I mean, I think Kenwood has the best implementation of APRS of any of the Japanese manufacturers. I don't think that's even in question, right? Nobody implements APRS as well as Kenwood. Let's see, there's tons of APRS stuff. I'm looking. Hopefully I didn't pass it. Digital direct mode. We should touch on that too. Okay, what do we got here? Digital term mode. Term mode, repeater terminal mode. This is for the digital voice side. So here's some of the IP networking. Boy, did I miss it? Did I pass it? Do you guys see when I pass it? Hey, Gary, thanks for hanging out with us for a while, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Let's see here. I must have missed it. Oh, wait. Let's see. Interface configurations. Here we go. PC input output packet data in KISS mode. So USB from the main unit, USB from the panel, or Bluetooth. So you've got 3 options to get your TNC there. DV gateway. Yeah, I don't recall. Oh, wait, here's a screen. That's not going to help us, though. There's not a lot of screens. Let's see if we've got any hints here. I thought I had seen more about the TNC. I am sure I blew past it somewhere. I don't see anything here. That's the A version, and then they've got the specs for the E version as well. So, Dawn, I've not seen any screens that show off how they implement APRS or the TNC. You know, I mean, you guys know the way Kenwood does this, right? This is kind of their most basic manual, I think. And I don't know this. This just kind of stands to reason for me. Let's see. We're up to 36 votes. We still got 9 people out there who haven't voted. We're gonna hang out just a little bit. But this is the user guide. And if any of you have bought a Kenwood radio, in addition to their user guide, they usually have like at least 2 other manuals, right? One's usually like an advanced technical manual that gets into much more detail. That's certainly the way it is with the old 710 anyway. Oftentimes, I mean, I even believe they had their own APRS manual, if I recall correctly, right? So none of those manuals are yet available. I did hit these QR codes. And look, we can just go here and see. Is this going to let me grab that? I don't know. Maybe it's because... Let me turn that off. All right. I might just have to... here we go. The last time I had looked at this, there were no manuals, no other manuals available, but it's been a week. So who knows? Nothing. Model name, description. Just different ways to view those. I'm not sure, but let's look at, just for fun, right? So here's the 710. You know, you could argue this is the replacement for the 710. You can see they've got multiple. We'll look here. What are, okay, the GA. Let's see here. Instruction manual. I'm curious here. I know that I had found, I never bought a 710 new. I've got 3 710s and I bought them all used. I just love that radio. But I've went on a search for the manuals for them, and I know, let's just do a search here. I know that they have multiple manuals for these things. Oh, goodness. Helps if I'm on the right keys. Let's see. So this is probably very similar to what we're looking at now. Well, yeah, see, this is, we don't have this manual. See how this manual here is already much larger. Right, it kind of walks you through all the operational functions. This is the radio we don't have yet. Right, that walks you through what every single one of the APRS screens looks like, how you program every single one of those features, how you set up standard messages, how you call those messages. Right, we don't have this menu yet, or this manual yet. I think this will be coming, and I think that's where we will get that detail. Let's see. Uh-oh. Tim said he sent me an update. Oh, okay. So Tim sent me another update, and we will get that. We'll get that put out there. I'll try to get that done this weekend. Thanks for sending that out, Tim. Let's see. Boy, oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So maybe we have at least a dozen new folks watching tonight. So it's nice to have you folks out there. I had 13 folks sign up for the community list. So that's great. All right, let's see. How are we doing here? So we got 39 votes. Okay, that's pretty doggone close. I was hoping we get 40, but that's pretty doggone close. So the vast majority, and it's not really the vast majority, it's a small majority. Uh-oh. Did I lose you guys? Okay, maybe I'm back. Am I back? Did I drop for a moment? Looks like I may have dropped for a moment. But it looks like the majority of you think it's going to be between $1,000 and $1,200. So maybe that $1,199. Is that maybe what you guys are thinking? Looks like I might be dealing. Oh, good. I'm glad. There was a short hiccup. Yeah, looks like I got a little something going here. Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate you guys chiming in. Paige, welcome. Thanks for joining. It's always great to have some new folks join. But yeah, so I think that's the camp I'm in as well. I think so, right? I think back to that 7,400, that thing being like I think it was like $850, something like that. I don't think the 75 was quite that much. I don't know if anyone remembers. I think it was like $799. So I could see that $1,199 price tag. I could see that. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to take a snapshot of that. And we may come back and look at that once we get an MSRP. All right. Thanks for playing along there, folks. I'm going to throw another poll out there. Let's put another one out there and just let it run for a bit. Let me find my cheat sheet here. Okay. I did set these up before the stream, just to try to be faster with it, so I could just cut and paste. Still trying to figure out the best way to do this. Okay, so kind of building on what we just talked about. What is your upper limit to buy the Kenwood? You know what? I should I don't think I can change it right now. I should have put on there $1,000's too much. But, that $999 means anything up to $999, right? So we'll let that run and we'll see what people think. I'm curious to see, what are people willing to pay for a high-end mobile, right? This is arguably, the top dog. So what are people willing to pay for, quote, the best mobile? It'll be fun to see what we think there. Let's see. Yeah, so, I think it's interesting that this is Bluetooth 5. I hope that means that the iPhone crowd can now Bluetooth for things like, radio mail. I think, isn't that I don't know all the iPhone tools. I know that I can Bluetooth and use Woes, and I know that our iPhone friends can't. So hopefully they're able to join the wireless 21st century here. Let's see what else we've got here. Of course, the thing that I was really excited about, and if you guys had a chance to see that video, what I'm really excited about is the fact that, this could be a full duplex radio that I've got in the truck that I could be using, for satellite passes while I'm rolling down the highway. or, it's going to be interesting, right? I told you guys I have a bunch of these radios. I've got one, right? I've got a 9700 that sits here in my shack, but this is the one I like to use, the 710GA. This is the one I like to use for like local repeaters and such. I mean, that's the one that I liked, like when I'm checking into local nets, or if I'm just listening, I like to listen on the Kenwood. And part of that reason is because it's APRS and I can see all the APRS traffic. So I actually, I have that radio on in the shack, probably more than any other radio in my shack. And my question is going to be, okay, am I going to replace this guy? Or I don't know. I probably won't. I'll probably leave this one here in the shack, and I'll get the 750 for the truck. Let's see how we're doing here. So we're pretty split here. We got some people that are willing to get the checkbook out for the top of the line radio. Let's see here. Depends on tariffs. That's a good point. I think, I hope, I don't follow this probably as closely as I should. I don't think the Japanese tariffs are as high or as punishing as the Chinese tariffs are. That's not speaking from a well-educated standpoint, though. That's taking a guess, and that's kind of my gut. Let's see. Used 710s are going for almost $1,000. Yeah, I know. If you can see, like, I think I bought mine I think the cheapest one I bought was like $400, and the most expensive one I bought was like $600. And I bought them over years, right? It's just like whenever I would see one that looked clean, that was a good price, I would grab it, because I hated the thoughts of one of those dying on me and me not having another one. So I've got one I keep on the desk. I've got one that I have in my kit, that I take out for public service activities, right? So like when our club is working like a bike race or something like that, I have one in a kit that I take along for those types of activities. And then I've got one in a box. That's my backup. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. My limit is 43 cents. 45 won't even go to 45. He says 43. Don't share this information with Kenwood. Good point. Let's see. Yeah, the iPhone crowd will be the ones willing to pay. They're used to getting fleeced. Is that what you're saying, Liberty? Let's see. I'd love to see it at Hamvention. Wow. Chris, if they were selling them for $600, they'd be gone. They'd be gone in 15 minutes. They probably wouldn't even last 15 minutes. I know it was a couple of years ago, Yaesu had the, which version of the HT was it? I think it was the 5. They had those for like $350 or $399. I can't remember what it was. It was like $150 savings or something, though. And those things gone. They just like flew. Let's see. Lots of exemptions for electronics. That is true. Tariff on 2 SSB preamps from Germany. Oh, I'm so glad I bought my... I have 2 of those SSB preamps, the SSB electronic preamps, the external ones. They are German made, and yeah, luckily I bought mine before all this nonsense. KJ4IQE says, too complicated for me. I'm going to stick with the THFX. Nothing wrong with that. That's a good radio. That's a good radio. The extra 2 cents is for the tax. Nice. I hope it's cheaper, but my guess is between 11 and 13. Yeah, Jojo, I'm a big fan of that radio. I like that radio. I mean, I'm a fan of Kenwood radios. I'm not afraid to admit it. I really like Kenwoods. I really like Icoms too. I don't know. I like radios. I've got some Yaesus I like too. I'm still a huge fan of the 818 and the 817. Man, I can't get rid of those. I'm a big fan of the 891. I just like radios, I guess. Let's see. So most folks, and this is still pretty close, and we've only got 20 votes in. So we've got some folks holding out. We've got just 20 votes in, and we're almost 50-50. Some people will say they'll spend up to, as long as it's under $1,000, I'm in. We've got some other folks that say if it's under $1,200, I'm in. And then we've got a couple of folks that says, I don't care if it's $1,400, I'm in. So we'll let that run for just a little bit. All right, let's see here. What else do we have that I thought was interesting here? Front firing speaker, right? That seems to be the new norm. That's a good thing. We talked about the simultaneous reception. Now, somebody in the comments had made a mention of, hey, that says simultaneous reception. That does not equate to full duplex. And I agree, that alone, all right, if that's the only thing that referenced full duplex capability, I'd be holding my breath, right? But if we go in here a little ways, well, we can certainly see it. We can certainly see it in the menus. There is talk here about crossband repeat. And that is a really strong indicator. Actually, I think it's up. Where did I see it at? It's actually in the list of icons. I saw something related to that. Here we go. Right here. So this right here is a very strong indicator that this is going to be full duplex, right? So the fact that they're saying it's dual reception, the fact that they're saying it's capable of crossband repeat. And if you think about what that is doing, that's taking something, it's hearing something on one band, right? It's hearing, say, 2 meters, and it's transmitting on 70 centimeters, right? So that's an excellent indicator that it really is going to be full duplex. So those two things together make me feel warm and fuzzy. And then, we do have the Kenwood team telling us it's going to be full duplex, but, that's, if that was the only signal we were getting, I wouldn't feel too good, right? I mean, we had an example here just not very long ago where, oh, I lost the chat here. Let me get you guys reloaded. We had an example here not too very long ago where we had a manufacturer say, hey, this thing's going to be full duplex. It's going to be awesome. You're going to be able to work satellites. This is the radio. And then it came out and it wasn't. So, I think what you have to do is you have to take a look at a combination of the signals that you're getting and try to make an educated guess on the radio's capability. Roving sat work. You got it, Rob. Let's see. I can't believe the IC7300 is on sale for $900. Yeah, that's a great price. I mean, that is a fantastic price. I've got to believe that that radio is going to go off the shelf here pretty soon. I would think that they're likely going, and I don't know. Um, I'm not tight with any of these manufacturers, right? I have no inside information. Nobody gives me an inside scoop, but I think it just stands to reason if you've got two radios that are very close in capability, and you've got several $100s in price difference between those. And I'm guessing that a lot of the components used for the 7300 have been reused in the Mark II. I think it just stands to reason that as soon as that stock runs out, that they're likely going to stop selling that. That would be my guess. So certainly that's a great radio at a great price for a new ham, right? And it always has been a great radio at a great price for a new ham, but certainly at $900. Are those Kenwood headphones? They are. And I really like these headphones. I like them for a couple of reasons. I mean, probably the most important reason is I forgot I had them on, right? So they're extremely comfortable. I don't need them on right now for any reason. So these are Kenwood headphones. They've got kind of a retro look to them, which I like that as well, right? They've got a very retro look. They're lightweight. They're comfortable. The other thing I really like about them, and I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's see if I can. I'm one of those guys. I leave like the little protective film on stuff a lot of times. So what you're seeing there is the protective film that's kind of bubbled up. But these are ADOM headphones. And certainly Kenwood equipment and a lot of other equipment use ADOM speakers in their radios. And they use ADOM headphone jacks. And a lot of headphones are not ADOM headphones. I think even if we look at, I think the speaker connections, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, these are ADOM speakers too. So I really like these. I really like them. Let's see. Is this thing going to be full duplex? Yes, I really believe it is. We're being told it is, and we've got signals that support that. So, Tim, I think this is full duplex. Yep, Jojo, I agree. I really like the build quality. I really like Kenwood equipment, certainly. And you know, I find myself, I've got a TS-890. If you guys are able to see kind of behind me in my picture here, that's a TS-890 that's underneath those monitors. I tend to use that radio more than I use my Flex radio. I just enjoy operating that radio more. Let's see. Morgan's putting June. I think that's a good guess, Morgan. I wouldn't be surprised. I think you're onto something there. All right, 23 votes. Let's see. We've got 44 people. Guys, I can't see who's voting what. So this is the first time I've done some of these polls, but I can't see who's voting. So get the vote out. Let me see. We've only got 24 people. We've got 20 people in chat right now who have not voted. So get your vote out there. I'm curious. I want to know what you guys, I'm just curious where the majority of people stand, right? We've kind of swung here. We've got more people that saying, yep, if it's under 1,000, now it's almost 50-50, almost, right? But not really. If it's under $1,000, I'll buy it. We've got other folks, 42%. If it's under 1,200, and we still have a small percentage, and that percentage is shrinking, that says if it's $1,400 or less, I'm in. All right, we'll let that run a little bit. Let's see what else we can find that's interesting about this radio. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss any questions here. If you guys have a question for me, make sure you @ me. Okay, let's see. I missed one here. Ghostman said, if the D750 doesn't have command line control of the TNC, I'll buy another 710. It is an awesome radio. And I can't really tell if it does. I mean, it appears like it may just be a KISS TNC. You know, what would be interesting? What would be interesting is to see. Somebody's got the reservation in. Okay. Hold on a second here. Let me hold a couple of those. Lee, I see your question. Hold that thought for just a minute. Let's see. K5 Yak, K5 Yankee Alpha Charlie says he's got his reservation in. Jojo says, I was thinking of saying $9.99, but that wouldn't be truthful. I hear you. And maybe 20 people have their spouses looking over their shoulder. So we'll cut those folks a break. Maybe they can sneak their vote in here real quick. I want to see, this is probably not the right manual. Yeah, it's not going to be. I wanted to see the menu configuration for the TNC related to this radio versus the other one, just to see if we could use our dowsing rod and figure something out there, but I don't see that. All right, so let me go ahead and jump into these other questions here. Let me get back to this other manual. Lee had a question. What connections are on the back of the body? Let's go check that out real quick. There's not a lot, Lee. All right. Let's just look at front and back, right? So we've got a mic jack on the front. We've got a USB-C on the front. I think I've got a better picture. Hold on. Let me find a better picture of the body. I think I've got one that's straight on. Yeah, here we go. All right. So here's the front. So you got a mic, USB-C, micro SD. Now, I think this is interesting. 2 micro USB card slots, one in the body, one in the head. And I think that's interesting, right? If you think about it, you can have one full with near repeater configurations, and you can have one for recording. Now, the other thing that I think is really cool is that you can record both bands at the same time. Now, what I'm not sure is, does one band get recorded to one SD and the other band gets recorded to the other? Maybe, I don't know. I couldn't discern that from the manual we have here. So you got your panel, micro SD, USB-C, and a mic. And then if we look at the back, there's not a whole lot going on here. You've got an antenna port, right? So this is going to get you all 3 bands, right? This is a tri-bander. Don't forget that. 2 meter, 70 centimeter, and 220. Don't forget that. 1.25 meters. You can plug in a GPS here. And then this is the same type of 6-pin data port that we've got on the 710. So for those familiar with the 710, this is being related to that same port. Now, while we're looking at ports, let's just go ahead and compare. Let's just take a peek and see what we've got on the, and then, this is the This is the MC62. This is, the same mic that we've seen a little, for a little bit here from Kenwood. This does have it has one PF key, right? So that PF key is user definable, so don't forget about that. There are two PF keys, PF1, PF2, on the head as well. But let's go to the head real quick. Here's what you got. You got speaker 1 and 2 on the head. You've got your USB, USB-C. You've got the cable that connects the main unit, and you've got your micro SD card. So hopefully that clears things up for you guys there. Of course, on the front, we've got our physical buttons. The definition of the button will change depending on where you are in the radio, right? We've got, this is the F mode or function mode, right? And we've got general normal mode, right? That has different assignments for these keys. You've also got, you've got your volume and your squelch for both bands here, and your front firing speaker. All right, I see some chat going here. Let's see. Let's see. So let's see. I think we got... Okay, so we got Lee's question. I have a lot of reservations. All right, let's see. Attractive feature, wild radio. I'm guessing maybe you're talking about recording two bands at one time. Yeah, I like having two SD cards too. I think that's cool. 1.25 is receive only. No, that's not right, John. This is, it is, and the reason we know that is, let's get to the specifications. Okay. And where is it here in the specifications? We're looking for power settings. We're still in menu. That's not specifications. I didn't go deep enough. Here we go. All right. Couple of things to point out here, right? So first of all, RF power output, 2 meters, 70 centimeters, 50, 10, and 5. 50 at your high, 10 at your medium, 5 at your low. And this is fantastic for satellites as well, right? You can feel good about using 10 watts to contact to make a contact through a CubeSat. Right? This is my problem I've got with the latest round of Yaesus. They're 25 watts, and that's too much power to throw. So there's your one indication, and then here's your other indication, right? Your current consumption. 13 amps for 2 meters and 70 centimeters on high, and you have a reduced amperage here because, you've got reduced power. So you can transmit 220. Okay, so Bill, yep. So GPS is included. There is a GPS receiver in the head, but let me find it here. There's a GPS receiver in the head, but there's also an option. Yeah, there's not a second. In the head of the 710, there's a GPS connection here, and there's a GPS connection in the head already. But that second GPS connection, Bill, is just to, a lot of vehicles may have certain coatings on the windows, or maybe the amount of steel, the amount of metal in the frame impedes that reception. So this allows you to put an external GPS receiver for better reception. But yes, there is one in the head of the unit. All right, let's see what else here. European version has an N-type, says Jojo. That's interesting. I didn't look. Just to be honest here, I didn't even look. Here's the other thing, and this came up. Well, let me put a pin on that. Let's see if. I'm not sure where you saw that at, Jojo. I think it was Jojo who made that comment. Is it here? The first of all, the E version, no 220, right? It's not an option in the E version. I'm not sure where you saw that. I'm not discounting it. I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay. All right. So what did I want to put a pin in? Oh, wait. I think it was something. Here we go. Look at your combinations. Let's see. Frequencies that cannot be received concerning receive frequency display. Unmodulated signal may be received. This is according to the set intrinsic frequency form. Formulas, for example, are shown below. Okay. So within certain configurations, I'm not guessing there's anything really worrisome here. But what I thought more interesting than what they were talking about is what they were not talking about. So you can do VHF, UHF, right? Transmit, receive, vice versa, UHF and VHF reception, right? So reversed. UU, but no VV. So you can't have two different 2-meter frequencies on the A and B channel, is the way I take this. Right? You can have 2 meters and 220. If you want to do 70 centimeter and 220, you can only do that in one configuration, not both. But it was curious to me that I didn't see a VV. So, not sure if that's interesting to you guys or not. Let's see. Yep, you got it, Steve. You nailed it. GPS is included. Port is for external if you're using it inside or such. You got it. All right, let's see. I saw it where the photos were in the front and back picture. Okay. Let me see. Do I still have... I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Daggone it. Yeah, that is weird. No V by V. Not sure what the dealio is there. To me, that tells me I can't listen to 5.2 and also listen to a 2-meter Does that mean I can't listen to a 2-meter repeater as well? I'm not sure what that's all about. On page 15. Okay. Thanks for the help there, Jojo. Whoa. Where the heck is page 15? Let's see here. I guess I've got to look at it. Here we go. Did it say something here? Okay, connect an SO239. Oh, right there it is. Eagle Eye. Nice catch, Jojo. Thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. Right? Wonder what the deal is there, right? I mean, I don't know. Why would they do that? I mean, N-type connectors are more expensive. Are they more common in Europe? I don't know. But, you know, I think the common thought process, and maybe this is more than just common thought process. I think everyone believes that an N-type connector is a lower loss connector. It's a higher quality connector. It's a better connector for higher frequencies. But these have the same top end frequency. So why wouldn't, it's curious that they put N on one. I don't know. Maybe that's common though in mobiles. Maybe N-type connectors are on all the European ones. I quite honestly never pay that close of attention to it. Let's see. All right, let me get back to our poll. Yeah, I certainly like N-type better for weatherproofing. Certainly. I mean, I think an N-type connector is just a better connector overall. But I don't know enough of the history, I mean, of why we more often than not see the SO239. All right, let's see where we're at. So we've got 62% now saying if it's under $1,000, I'm in. 34% saying if it's under 1,200 and under 14. You know, you know, as far as where I stand on it, if it's over $1,200, if it's over $1,200, I may wait. I may wait a few months. Or will I? You know, it's tough. It's I think this is going to be an outstanding radio. I've been waiting. So I bought a new truck not that long ago. I've been waiting for either the 5200 or the 750 to come out so I could put the new radio in my new truck. You know, if it's close to $1,200, I'm probably buying it. If it's closer to $1,400, I may wait. I don't know. I kind of feel like the 5200 may be helping us out, right? I'm hopeful that with the 5200 being right around the corner and everybody knowing that these two radios are going to compete, I think the smart thing to do for Kenwood is to come out with an aggressive price and try to snatch up that market share, right? If they come out with an aggressive price, people are going to buy that radio and they're not going to buy the Icom. I think that's how it would play out for most people. Some people are going to buy both. I'm probably going to buy both. That's why I'm kind of thinking if it's at 1400, I'm probably going to wait a little bit because I know it'll come down. But I'm really hopeful that 5200 helps keep the price lower. And like I said, I think the smart play is come in aggressive, steal the market before the 5200 gets there. What kind of truck did I get? I got a Silverado 2500. Got something that's got a little more gumption than my GMC. I've got an older GMC. That's my ranch truck. That's my hay getter and my goat transporter, and the thing's beat up. It's a ranch truck. But it's a 1500, and I wanted something a little bit beefier. I wanted to be able to tow something. Is really what I was thinking about. Yeah, I really like it. It's trucks today, and I don't care if you're buying a Ford, a Chevy / GMC, or a Dodge. They're all nice. They're all nice these days. I don't even consider the Japanese trucks just because I can't fit in them, right? I can look at a full-size Japanese truck and I've got no room in them. Yeah, the 5200 does. I mean, I think this puts pressure, right? That's the other thing that I think this radio does, right? If this radio gets out, this puts pressure because, again, I think these two radios are going to be fighting after the same consumer. They're going to be fighting over that same ham. You're going to have a ham that's going to be willing to spend, $1,000, a little bit more, on a mobile radio, but they're probably only going to buy one of them. And so first to market with a good price wins, is the way I see it. Yeah, 45. I can see that. I mean, I certainly understand that point of view, right? I can't imagine paying near $1,000 for a VHF UHF radio. I get it. I certainly understand that sentiment. For me, it hits all the boxes, though. First of all, it's got a great screen. It's got a large screen. That's another thing I really like about the 5200, right? As my eyes get older, I appreciate those larger letters, larger screens a lot. So that's big. It's got a great display. The high contrast display is great. That 2730, the black version of the 2730, that is a gorgeous screen. And for the 5200 and for the 750, that's just more of the same, right? Both of those are really attractive screens. They're really easy to view. So that's really big for me. I like that. I like the fact that it's 220. I like that it's a tri-bander. I've got a soft spot for 220. We actually have 220 repeaters in the area. So, that's another box it checks for me. It's APRS. That checks another box for me. It's full duplex. That checks yet another box for me. I mean, it just, this is hitting the marks that are important to me. And that's why I'd be willing. The 5200, a touchscreen. Is the 5200? Yes, I believe it is. I'm trying to remember back. Gosh, it's been since what, August? But I'm thinking back to Ray Novak's various videos. He did one with Josh. He did one with Prep Ham Paul on the 5200. And I am pretty doggone sure that thing's a touchscreen. I think it is. I'm not a huge fan of touchscreens personally. I, you know, given the preference, given the choice, I'd rather it not be, but it doesn't bother me that it is. Yeah, I think so, Jake. I think that makes sense. Hey, Arnie, you want to give your membership back? I think you just have to wait it out, buddy. You just have to wait till the end of the month. Arnie's got too many memberships. He's got to ditch some. Nice to see you out there, Arnie. I don't think I'd seen you chime in before. Thanks for joining and hanging out with us. All right, let's see here. We got 33 votes. That's probably we still have 12 people that haven't voted. We'll give them just a few more minutes. We're trying to get a sense of what people are willing to pay for a 2 meter, 70 centimeter with 1.25 meter mobile radio. What are people willing to spend on this thing? Yeah, I like the buttons as well. That's I'm used to that interface, right? I had pointed this out in my other video, right? It's the same interface here, right? Where you've got the physical buttons and the function changes depending on where you are in within the various sections of the software. They use that same methodology in their HF radios, right? So that's the 890 uses the exact same approach. So it's very comforting, it's very consistent. And I like when companies do that. I like the way Icom has a very consistent approach to their interface as well. I think Yaesu's moving that direction, but I think the other two are further along in that maturity than Yaesu is. 35 votes. Yeah, we'll give it just a couple of more minutes. We have people coming and going. We'll see if we get just a few more votes before we close that one up, and we'll take a snapshot of it. And there you go, Arnie. You come back in March. Geez, you see that, Arnie? You threw my train of thought. Let's see here. All right, let's see. Anything else that you guys are interested in? Maybe I'll do just a slow walk down the manual here, and we'll see if anything pops up that you guys may have a question on. Let's see here. I think we hit all the high points here. Built-in wireless LAN, so that's interesting, right? So if you want to connect to D-Star, you don't need a hotspot or some intermediary with this radio, right? If that's a mode you enjoy, you can get right to the internet through your wireless, your Wi-Fi connection, right? They call it wireless LAN, but that may be important for folks. Let's see what else is here. I know this is a big deal for some folks. People get people get excited about whether or not a radio comes with a bracket. This does come with a bracket for the body. And the other thing I like here that I think is really smart is the panel. What this is, this is the head. They call it the panel. The panel mount is the exact same, or it looks to be. I've got to believe it is. Right? If you take a look at this, and you take a look at this base, they use the same mounting approach that they used on the 710. Right? So I think that's awesome. So if you've already got a 710 mounted in your vehicle and you're using that mounting bracket, you can pop this head off, pop the new one in its place. They also give you a quarter 20. I'm assuming this is quarter 20 because it's a tripod connector, right? They say it's a 1/4 inch used with commercially available tripod. That's got to be a quarter 20. So you have another mounting option there. But I think it's super smart that they use the same mounting hardware that they used in the 710. Right? Give you an easy upgrade path. Why not? I like that they still give you a metal hanger. That's just something I prefer. Right? And then the mic has a metal stud on the back. Let's see here if there's anything else of interest here. I like that they've got the power right here on the main screen. You can bump your power. Number 8, right? Low, medium, high right here. Let's see here. Yeah, Wild Radio likes that it comes with a bracket. I'm usually ambivalent to the bracket simply because in most cases, I can't tell you how many mobile radio boxes I have that have the bracket in the box. But I can understand why people want it as well. To me, it's not that big of a thing. I mean, I'm likely going to use a Lido mount or something else with the radio, so it's not that big of a deal to me. Here you can see your power level on the main screen. So that's nice, right? You've got all your icons. These are all, if you got a D75, the vast majority of these are going to look, they're going to look familiar. Right? And if you've used a 710, they're using the same nomenclature, right? Which is smart. So a lot of this, it's an easy transition for folks. This is the menu. It looks just like the D7.5 menu. Looks very similar to the D7.4 menu. This thing, you can point it at an NTP server to pull your date and time. That's in the configuration. You can point it toward a DHCP server to get your IP address and your other IP configuration, which is nice. All things we should expect on radios today. I did mention, right, you've got one programmable button here. You've got a PF here. You've got a PF1 and a PF2 on the panel or the head unit. I think we've pretty much covered it. Let me see if I'm missing any questions. Seriously, the only last 2 times. John, thanks for hanging out for a while, buddy. Good to see you. Have a great weekend. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Well, I think we probably hit the end here of the 750. Now, I mean, all we have to do is wait for it to be shipping. Right? Let's get back here. We'll wrap up our poll. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to grab a snapshot of this poll so we can chat about it maybe later when this thing comes out. There we go. Got it. Let's see. I am wondering what type of connectivity the 75 will have with the 7. Yeah, so there's no Sky Command. You guys remember Sky Command? There's no Sky Command. I don't know that there is any. And again, I think we'll get this in that other manual. But we know there's no Sky Command. I don't know if there is any connectivity between the two. It feels like a missed opportunity if that's the case. No CW features. So, yeah, no CW. You've got FM, narrow FM. You've got AM, and you've got D-Star, APRS. Wondering if the USB will be good for charging external devices. I would imagine it is. You know, that's a good question. Let's look at the menu and see. Is that a configuration option? You know, can you set it for data, charging, data and charging? Let's see here. I'm going to scroll pretty quickly here. Oh, this caught my eye here. Okay. Oh, so this is interesting. Recording band. Switch the recording target band. A band, B band, A and B band. So I don't know if it's still not clear how that may or may not use both SD cards. Let's see here. Yeah, Jojo, I think Don said it might. I don't know that he said it will. Your memory is likely better than mine, though. But that's what I remember. This is APRS, APRS. Here's all your network stuff. Okay, let's see. SD card. Let's see what we can learn here. Exports the configuration data. Exports configuration data and voice messages. Repeater list. Call sign list. That doesn't tell me what I want. Here's importing. Unmounting, formatting, memory size. It can take up to a 32 gig card. I wish it could take a larger card. Maybe they'll change that. Maybe they'll change that with a firmware update. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything here, though. So here's Bluetooth. Oh, okay. Here's our PF key 1 and 2. Oh, they're showing PF 1, 2, and 3 on the mic. And a 4? Is that for real? 4? We'll go back and look at that. There's your NTP server config. Set your units, freedom units or otherwise. Okay, here we go. USB function. Select the USB terminal function. USB audio. PC output. It's nice, right? You can get your NEMA sentences. Just like you can on the 7.5. APRS out. Yeah, so it doesn't really address COM and AF output mass storage. Doesn't really address if you can charge off of it. It'd be nice, right? Let me see here. What am I looking for? I wanted to see the mic one more time. So this is saying you can assign a function to it as the PF1 key. So how do you get PF2, 3, and 4? That's a mystery to me. I don't know the answer to that. But will it Rover? Jarrett, thanks for hanging out for a bit. Appreciate you being in the chat. But will it Rover? It's going to Rover. I think it'll Rover just fine. I don't see any concerns on if it'll Rover or not. All right, so here we got, I can close the poll. We'll end the poll. There it is for posterity's sake. And yeah, I think we hit it pretty good there. I think we hit all the high points. Time we got 11 o'clock. B3, C2, maybe. Right there, Steve, I'm not following you. Maybe I need to bring that back up. Now, I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can zoom this in. There we go. Right, so the only key that has PF assigned to it is 6. PFD, you can assign a function to it as the PF1 key. To me, I read that as that one key can be reassigned. I don't see dumb. You can assign a function to it as a PF2, 3, and 4. Thanks, Steve. I needed to look. I needed to read. Daggone it. Goodness. That's the problem. I was just looking at the pictures. Okay, so you can reassign 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So these can all be assigned, and they're in reverse order. That's interesting, right? So PF1 is 6, PF2 is 5, 4, 3. So they go in reverse order, which is a little weird, right? Isn't that a little weird? That's a little weird. You got to remember that, right? You got to remember that you're starting at the bottom and working your way up. If you remember them in that way, right? Maybe you just remember my A button does the thing, the B button does the thing, the C button does the thing. So it's probably not a big deal. It might be a big deal when you're programming it though, right? You might have to go back and fix something that you programmed incorrectly because of the reverse order. So, interesting. All right, let's see. I had a note here. It's been staring at me for some time now. Something I should have shared this earlier in the show, but Rack Wireless has a upcoming Lunar New Year sale. Right, so just to get this on your calendar, if you guys are waiting for or looking at something from Rack Wireless, the sale is going to run from $216 to $227, and the code that I've got out on my Bitsy/DR link page gets you 10% off. And that's 10% off most things on the site. They haven't sent out exactly what's not covered, but most things on the site will be covered, and that's 10% off 16th through the 27th. So just to remind you guys, right, if you go out here, take a look. Right, I've got the code right here, or you can just hit the link and it'll load the code for you, and anything you put in your cart, you'll get the discount on, provided it's not one of the excluded items. So I didn't want to forget that. Let's see here. EOD says, because I'm getting this radio because it works with my Jeep overhead. My Jeep overhead. What's... I'm not a Jeep guy, so maybe that's a Jeep term and I just don't know what it means. Works with my Jeep overhead. Does that mean you can mount the head overhead? I'm not, like I said, not a Jeep dude, so I don't know what those are. Those Gladiators are pretty slick, though. I do like those Gladiators. I had one as a rental a few months back. Got the overhead rack. Gotcha. All right, so yes, so let's see. Any other notes I had here? That is the end of the notes that I had. Do you guys want to see the new power supplies that I got for the breadboards? I got this little cool dedicated power supply for the breadboard for those projects. I could show that to you guys if you're interested. What else do I have to share here? This is, I wanted to show you guys this. So espboards.dev. I got some thumbs up over there. Okay, we'll grab that here in a minute. Let me show you guys a couple of these resources I found. So this is espboards.dev. Let me get out to the main page here. They've got a ton of different ways to learn about ESP32 chips. Lots of cool, I mean, this is a pretty cool site. There's lots of cool stuff out here. What I thought was really slick, they've got a number of things here. They've got this, and I don't know the proper way to say this, LVGL UI builder. From what I understand, this is a kind of a drag and drop UI builder that will work with a lot of ESP type devices, and it works with the CrowPanel. So I'm going to be playing with that. Here's a bunch of different calculators, some cool stuff there. Just a lot of cool things here. If you want to jump into the ESP32 boards, this is where you can come in and see all the different manufacturers. There's just a ton of great information out here. I don't know if people are familiar with this already. I was not. I earmarked it. I really liked this explanation of the various types of ESP32s. They tell you exactly what the features are in each of them. What we're using is the S3. Let me blow this up a little bit just to make sure you guys can see them. We're using this, this S3 is in that CrowPanel that I played with last week. So it's a dual core, 240 megahertz. It's got AI capabilities. It's also Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, but you can see if you had the S2, it's Wi-Fi only, no Bluetooth. So you got to be careful about which one of these boards you get. Look at this bad boy, 400 megahertz, but no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, right? So this helps you pick the right chip for your application. And that was just a great little resource. So I thought that was great. I also wanted to share this. I'm going to download this. I haven't had a chance to do it yet. I'm going to download this and install it on my Linux laptop. It is available for Windows, Mac, and Linux, which is nice. This is donationware. So if you want to download it, you can donate to the cause. It looks like a pretty slick little application. But like I said, if you want to play along and do some of the same things that we'll be doing with the physical devices, but you don't want to you don't want to buy a little breadboard. You don't want to spend the money on that stuff. You can build up the same circuits that we're going to be building up using this tool. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to interface this with the radio, right? You're going to lose out on that part. But again, just trying to find ways to keep everybody involved who wants to play along. Here, let me drop the ESP. I'm going to drop the page, and I'm going to put these all in the description. Let me find I'm going to drop this specific page here, and then you'll be able to go anywhere you need to from here. And then let me also, I'll drop this page as well, if anybody's interested in checking that out. So just a couple of resources, right, that I think are pretty cool. All right, let me grab, I want to show off this little power supply. Hold on one second. Alrighty, let's see here. Yeah, there we go. And let's see here. I've got this stuff all wired up. I was playing before. But this is the power supply. I've got a couple of them here. Like I said, I'm going to put together a couple breadboard kits for the upcoming giveaway, and I'll include the power supply as well as a breadboard, and then some leads, just a bunch of things, right, for people to get started. Let me see here. Come on, where you at? There you are. So here you can see it on the breadboard. It's kind of hard to really tell what it is, right? And I'll get you a closer shot. This is two of them. I've got two of them in a piece of foam, right? Some ESD foam. But essentially, you've got a USB-A port. You've got a barrel connector. You've got a switch. And you've got a couple sets of jumpers. If you want 3.3 volts, you leave the jumpers to the right. If you want 5 volts, you just move the jumper over. And now you've got 5-volt output. So pretty slick little device here. Comes with this little barrel connector to a 9-volt battery, right? And then here, I'll power this up, right? So you have a light that comes on. I'm running at 5 volts, right? Because you can see I've got the jumper here on the left side, or toward me. That's the 5-volt side. This thing fits in a little bit. Let me see if I can stop that. Let me try to zoom in just a little bit more. Come on. Not sure why that thing is moving around. Let's see. We'll just have to live with it. Okay, but you got your indicator here. And these pins, right, if you take a look at the underside of this, right, just as you may suspect, right, the pins just line up with the power rails on the breadboard. So pretty slick. I mean, this is, I think this is a pretty standard type of gadget and gizmo, right? But for a guy who's just learning all this stuff, it's all pretty cool. It's all pretty slick. Okay. I love that it can run off a 9-volt battery and regulates it down to the voltage that you need. Now let's see if now this is, I actually had reflashed this for another purpose. I've got Meshtastic on this thing again, so it doesn't even have, I guess it wouldn't be too doggone difficult. Let me just, oh, let's see here. Let's see if I can. We can just flash this thing again and see if I can show you what the, let's see here. That'll work. Might be a little tough to read though, but Here, I'm going to go ahead and let me steal this. I'm going to reflash this thing. Okay. Doesn't look like here. I'm going to... Said it didn't recognize that. I'm going to plug it back, unplug it and plug it back in, see if it'll recognize it. There we go. It recognized it that time. And then let's see if I can go ahead and push this up to the device. Compiling the sketch. Hopefully this still works from last week. From last week. I don't see why it wouldn't. Famous last words. All right, we got some red. Let's see. Fatal error occurred. Could not open COM port. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the power off on this guy for just a second. I want to power that board down the whole way. Powered the board back up. You guys may have heard the Meshtastic buzzer sound. Let's go ahead and clear this. Go ahead and push it again. Let me find the chat. What do you guys think of that little power supply? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Is that on your links page? Yeah, I'm going to put that in my Amazon store, Wild Radio. All right, there we go. It's flashing it. Let's see, the barrel connector in my old Radio Shack variable voltage plug set. Yeah, there you go. All right, Steve, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you. You did good, man. It's 11:30 here Central. So thanks for putting in some time with us tonight. All right, so now we should be able to go over to the serial monitor. We'll clear that. We'll power up the GPS. Here, let me see if I can get that. I must be zoomed in just too much. Not sure why that camera's flipping around a little bit. Oh, all right. So now I've got here, let me move this over so you guys can see. So you guys may recall from last week, we flashed it in one port. And I'm too zoomed in. You can't see what I'm talking about. There we go. So I flashed it in one port, but we got the serial monitor on the other port. And now we have to change our port. I don't see it come up here yet. Just going to unplug it and plug it back in. All right, let me turn off the power on the other. It certainly wants to be unpowered when you do that. All right, let's see if it'll come up with the port now. Sure doesn't appear to be, does it? Yeah, I don't see it there, so I'm going to give it a second, unplug it and give it a second. Michael, you getting out of here? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you, buddy. You sent a breadboard I'm really fond of. Okay, okay. Let me go check it out, Bill. Here, let me get some power back in this thing and see if I can't get a COM port to show up. Seems really odd to me that that will not show up. What I may do is just restart that thing. I found that there's a fair amount of this unplugging, replugging, restarting. Don't see anything there. I would expect that to come right up. All right, let me see what Bill sent me here while I'll give that a second. All right, so let's see here. Bill sent me something in Discord. All right, let's see. The Elecrow breadboard. Oh, it's a big boy. All right, we'll pull that up, Bill. I'm certainly curious of what's going on there. I am not sure what is going on here, though. I'm not liking that I'm not seeing. I plugged it into the other one. Okay, so 28, COM 28 come up. That's not the one I want, though, for my serial connection. Let me unplug it and plug it back in, and I should see 27 come up. I'm trying to think, is this the cable I had an issue with last time? I think it is. I think it was a cable issue. You guys remember that? I vaguely remember that. I'm going to steal my overhead camera cable. Let's plug this one in and see if I'm right. Oh, look at that. It's a cable problem. Okay, so now I picked that. Now I'm going to turn on the power to my breadboard through my new little power supply. And looky here. I'm getting stuff, which is great. Now I think what we'll do is we'll just let that do its thing for a bit, and we'll come back to it and see if it eventually picks up a satellite. Let me check. I've got a couple other little devices here to see if they're picking up satellites. So we'll let that set for a second. Oh, I'm going to flip over this ceramic antenna as well. Make sure it's the right side up. All right. Now, Bill, let's check out your breadboard. Bill, I've been looking at some different types of breadboards and doing a little research on them to try to see, you know, which ones to recommend to folks. And I'm always interested in getting something quality myself too, right? So I don't want to be recommending something that's not going to be a good solution for folks. And so, you know, what I expect I'll end up doing is this looks like it right here. So what I expect I'll be doing is I'll be recommending a kind kind of a budget model and then a higher quality model. And one of the higher quality models that I've found is by a company called Breadboard. So the one that I am using currently is one I got from, gosh, where did I get this from? I got it from, oh, I forget. It'll come to me. And it seems to be pretty decent. But everything that I've read and everything I've looked at, and now after getting my hot little hands on them, seeing these ones from Breadboard, these ones seem to be of a higher quality than, you know, the cheaper ones that I've also bought. So, and then while I was kind of doing that research, Bill, I'd come across some posts that said, hey, the best, right? The ones that are really good out there are from 3M, and they were of this style, right? And when I mean this style, it's, you know, this looks like it's 4 boards with a, power solution built into it, right? With these binding posts. But if you look at them, there's actually 4 boards right there. And when you look at these, you may be able to see that a little bit, right? There's like little slots. There's slots on one side, and then there's, you know, we'll call them studs for lack of a better term, so that you can kind of piece these together, right? And it looks like that's what they've done here. They've taken several, pieced them together, given them a common a common bus from a power perspective. And it's interesting that they've got 4 power. I'm curious about that. What's that about? Let's see. 4 color-coded binding posts. But why do you need 4 color-coded binding posts? So I'm curious if you know the reason for that, Bill. How is that used? I guess one pair for 5 volts, another pair for 3.3 volts. Is that the concept? Could be. But that does look pretty cool, Bill. Now, this looks very similar. Okay, everyone take note of the price, right? I'm going to blow your mind. 3M breadboard. And let's see. I don't know. Do they have them on? No, they don't. I looked for them here. I couldn't find them. Right. So here you can kind of see, right? So these no name, right? These Chinese breadboards. Right here you get 4 breadboards, right? 2 full size. Full size being the 830, and then 2 halves being the 400, and a bunch of jumper wires for $10, right? And then if you look at, let me find it. It's got to be in here somewhere. Let me just do a search for it. We'll get back to 3M in just in a second. It's like anything else, right? Just different levels of quality. Like here's a similar 830, right? So this single board is $10 just itself. But look at the rating on here compared to Let's find that 4-pack. Here it is. That's still not bad. But a lot of these are not nearly, you know, when you start digging in and getting feedback on, and it's really, what happens is there's a, you know, let's say you have a horizontal set of pins here. Let's say you have row 10. I know you guys can't really see that. Let's see. Right, so you have row 10 here. That is all one joint connector within the board. And how long that lasts before that metal fatigues and no longer grasps the jumper lead, right? That's what it's all about, right? These will fail more quickly than something that's of a higher quality, is kind of the point. The other thing I saw is, and you can see this in some of the reviews, the backs of these have like a sticky board on them, and the cheap ones, you'll push through your components and they'll start to kind of delaminate that back board, where supposedly the other ones don't do that. So that's what I'm learning there, but that's not what I wanted to show. Here we go. We'll go to the 3M site. That way everyone can just kind of see the full problem here. I'm not seeing what I've come across when I looked before was very similar to the board that you had suggested. Where it's multiples put on a, let me just do a search here. Multiples put on a backing board with binding posts for power. Of course, I can't find it now. But this is what they look like, right? So very similar, right? Very similar to what, well, here you go. We can go to Newark. This will give you an idea. Look at the price on these doggone things. First of all, you got to buy 10 of them. And then look at the price. That's $227. Egad. Now, there is a company that actually makes these for 3M. After I did some further digging, right? You have to keep digging. And you can find that OEM without the 3M brand on it, but the original OEM's brand on it. And it's like $70. So, but that's still twice the cost of your, almost twice the cost of your $40. So, you know, I think this is for professionals, or, you know, certainly this style at $40, that's a little easier to swallow. But, you know, some of those are kind of ridiculous, right? But it's like anything else. You can go to a ridiculous extreme. All right, let's see. Did I chase everybody off here? I know I can go down a rabbit hole on occasion. Oh, we still have some viewers out there. Let's see here. You can run 2 separate voltages. Okay, that's kind of where I finally got to. Hey, Ted, welcome. Let's see. Jojo, I need to get a Elecom Nest out battery bank. I've seen some. I've seen a product called Nest. I think I might know what you're talking about. Are you talking about this, Jojo? Yeah, that's what I. Okay, yeah. You know, Jojo, I'll be really curious what you think of this when you get it. I thought this looked really cool. And so I started digging in. I started looking at it. Started looking at the reviews on it. Started looking at anything I could find about this because I'd never seen one in person. And I saw a lot of negative and not great feedback on some of these. And some of the things that I saw is that some of these they'll have different capacities printed on these cases. And so you'll have what looks to be the very same product. If you look at the shipping or the packaging, it'll say one thing, but when you pull the device out, it'll say something different. So they had, I don't know if they had some quality control issues at some point, or there was something else going on there, but I just, I ended up not buying one. And I think I was looking at one during Prime, the last Prime deals. I was going to get one because I was going to do a review on it. But when I saw how much kind of negativity I saw around the product, I'm like, I'm not going to bring that to the audience here and have people have a bad time with it. So that may have been a point in time, but check them out. And please, if you do pull the trigger on it, come back and let us know what you think of it. I would love to hear, you know, someone's firsthand experience with it versus what you see on the internet. Yeah, Tongue and Groove. That's it. Wild Radio. That's it. Let's see. I'm just scrolling back here to see what I missed. Yeah, I'll have to ask Jason about it. I can look on his channel and see if I can find it. Like I said, I just saw too much conflicting information, and there is so much great stuff out there. There's so many options out there. I'm not going to take a chance and recommend something that that people could have a bad time with. And I try to, before I recommend something, I try to use it myself for a while first. Oh, she's on frequency, is on the stream. Hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you for a little while. I haven't, maybe took a little vacation, a little holiday hiatus. I hope that was the case. Hope everything's well. Good for you. And, I mean, one of the things you learn when you start doing some of this stuff is you always need to take care of yourself and take a break. So, make sure you figure that and work that in, Al. It's good to see you here on the stream, though. Welcome. Right, let's see. Yeah, certainly. Anytime. There's got to be an event where there's got to be something going on here in Texas where we'll be at the same place, certainly. And if we can't find an event we're both going to be at, we're not that far apart. We could always set something up. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to just take a quick peek back. And I want to see if my where'd it go? I got too many windows open. I got stuff everywhere. All right, here, let's see. Too many windows here. I want to throw something back up on the screen there and see if there it is. Hiding back there. Here it is. Wanted to see if I had picked up any satellites yet. Doesn't look like it. We got some garbage there. Let me see if I'm picking up any satellites with my Meshtastic device. So I've got just a little Meshtastic device here so I can see. So this is saying no satellites here either. That's just my luck. I wanted to show you guys what that looks like when you actually have data coming in. Let's see if I have anything that snuck in on. Oh, there was some more garbage. We'll just let it run in the background here. Maybe it'll pick up a satellite at some point. All right. Get my chat back up here. All right, TinyGS review. I finally got one running. Bill! Far out. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Let's try to find Bill and check out his TinyGS station. Bill, what'd you call your station? Is it your call sign? HRT1. Whoop. Maybe a space in there. Let me just try HRT. HRT1. Maybe it's got to be caps. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Are these all yours, Bill? Which one do we want? I'm guessing this one, HRT TinyGS1. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, that's very cool. Actually, I took a snippet of that. I meant to throw that into this and that, Tim. Okay, so this is Bill's. Let's check out. Let's see what Bill's got going on here. I know Bill, he was struggling to get the right radio, get the right antenna. But now he's getting them. All right, so he's definitely picking up. Let's take a look at his stats here. 303 confirmed packets, 26 telemetry. He's running the disc cone. Cool. It's good to see a different antenna out there and see what what we can get out of that different antenna. Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Let's see. Hold control and pan. Is that what I was doing? I thought that's what I was doing. Well, goodness, that's acting funny. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. I don't know. But it looks like you're getting We're starting to get some density here. I can see some pretty dense yellow spots here. That's exciting, Bill. Isn't it awesome when you actually start pulling in some of these? It's pretty fun. Nice job, Bill. Let's see here. Go back to the old 3D view. There we go. So this is Bill's North Carolina location here, right, Bill? And yeah, nice job. Perseverance, buddy. You got it. Nice work. Yeah, now once you start getting a bunch of these different packets collected and you start to get some stats, it's really fun to look at that. Right now, once you log in, you can look at your data in a more granular fashion, right? And so you can see a little bit more than we can see here. I get a kick out of looking at that stuff. I think it's really cool. Yeah, that looks good. Got the Heltec V3 going. Yeah, nice work, Bill. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Heltec V3 is a good device. And we've seen, right? I don't think we've seen Eric tonight, but Eric shared, he was running a LilyGo, and it wasn't nearly as good at picking up packets as his Heltec was, right? I think he went somewhere from maybe 100 or so to like 1,000, right? He really jumped up. Now let me see here. Let me pull this down for just a quick second. I want to see if I can get logged in here. Oh, do you still have to? Does it still do this? Let's see here. I thought they got rid of. Let's see. It says I have a success, but let me try something else here. I want to get logged in. I haven't logged in to look at mine for a while. Well, actually, before I do that, let me just pull this up. Let me just make sure I'm still working here. Let's see how mine's looking here. It's been a while. Oh yeah, it's still chugging right along. Let's see, I'm up to 46,000 packets and 27,000 telemetry packets. And it's been running for a whole month at this point, so that's good. Made it through all the ice and sleet and all that crap. I mean, I've been having some pretty good days here too, over 900, approaching 1,000. So that's pretty good. Let's see. More Sereno is a Heltec. A V2 though. Might be worth trying out. I've got you beaten record distance. Let's see what my record distance is. 37.47. Wow. It is fun to look at. It really is. It's really interesting. I can get the US, what we consider right side up. There we go. Been running for a couple of months now. Yeah. It wouldn't let me log in for some reason. Might have to try to log in later and see some of those. Now what I keep watching, Bill, is how many shinies I'm capturing. Right? How many unique packets? How many times have I received a packet that nobody else has been able to receive? I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, just keep tweaking. You'll get there, Bill. That's what's also fun, right? Is to keep tweaking your setup. It took me a while to dial mine in using that little amplifier and using a bandpass filter. Let's see, Bill. Yeah, Bill, you're 3,054. Yeah, I got a pretty good record distance there. That's not bad, I suppose. I'm curious though, right? Let's go. If we look at some of these, right? Some of these stations are like King Kong stations, right? I mean, this is just redonkulous. But they also are running multiple boards, multiple receivers. I mean, look at that. That's just like, boom, yellow. But look how many, look at this. I mean, that's crazy. That's almost 2,500 packets a day. Yay. But let's see what the distance looks. Hey, look at that. I've got them on distance. Let's take a look at the next one here. Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, yeah, we looked at this one before. This guy's got a couple of pictures up here. Look at that. It's got a helical antenna. Pretty sweet. Let's see what this guy's dragging in. Look at that. Look at that. 10,000 kilometers. Right? I mean, that's that directional. And what's he pulling in? 1,600. I mean, this guy's doing some damage. This guy's doing some damage. 10,000. Yay. It's kind of fun just to see what these guys are doing. 36. I got him beat. No, I'm not competitive. Whoa! Look at this. 12,000. All right. He's running a V dipole. Look at that. The old dipole. The old dipole comes in and kicks everyone's butt. Yeah, we got to step up our game. That's right, Tim. I'm going to have to put together a little dipole. Look at this. 14, 15. I mean, I got to double my packets. I gotta get out there. I gotta do something different. Let's see. 3780. This guy just squeaked me out. He's a 5/8 ground plane collinear. I'm a quarter wave. You should beat me. Let's see. Oh, I like the ones with pictures. I need to get my pictures back up. Okay, so this little vertical ground wave, ground plane, vertical ground plane, 35. That's respectable. And pulling in, man, look at that. What a day. 4,000 in that day. Otherwise, he's like 1,500. I got to get up to 1,500. Yeah. EOD, you're out there all by yourself, out in the middle of the ocean. All right, what's this thing telling me? Hold control. I'm holding control. There we go. You're out there somewhere. Let's get back to the home. Here we go. We'll find you this way. Oh, I went too far. All right, there's Japan. Oh, boy, this thing is touchy. I guess I'm just too quick on the trigger. Should be out there. Is your station not live right now, Tim? Oh my gosh, this thing is so touchy. Ay, ay, ay. There he is. There he is. Oh, goodness. Come on. Boy, it's just too touchy. Too touchy. Goodness. There we go. Does it let me jump in right from here? Yeah, we'll look at Tim's here. Oh, he's got a photo here. Nice. Showing off those palm trees. Nice work. Nice. You got the little amp there. I saw your other picture too. That looked good. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That looks real good. Yeah, you're real close there. You're super close. And then you're pulling in. Yeah, we're pulling in kind of similar numbers. We need to step up our game here. We need to get another antenna out there. Isn't that fun, Wild Radio? This is it's just so cool. Right? And the way that they do the dashboarding and stuff is great. And you can do some filtering. Right? Get rid of some if you don't want to see some. A lot of cool stuff here. All right. What else we got here? Oh, let me see. I don't have anything here. No sats. Wonder what happened to my little set or my little GPS repeater. I was getting like 4 sats pretty consistently in here. I just have it sitting. I have the receiver sitting on a windowsill, a big windowsill in another room. So I think I actually need to get it outside. I think it's going to work best once I get it outside. I don't know that I'll get there tomorrow, though. We're supposed to get down to that freezing weather again. I'm not a fan. Yep. You got it, Al. It's going to be cold again. All right, let's see. And I think we may have hit the bases for tonight. Let's see if I've got any other. Said I got that GPS repeater. I want to make sure I'm getting consistent results with it before I share it. I didn't get anything new over there. I did get a couple of these breadboards because I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to put together a little breadboarding package as part of the giveaway. We'll have a couple of those. We'll have the power supply, breadboards, some jumper wires, just some things to get people started. Yours say 90 megahertz. Where does it say that? Let's see. Let's go back to mine. Band right there, 90 megahertz. So where's it get that? And why does it say that? Because I'm in the 400 megahertz. That's what all these satellites are. Let's see if... I'm just looking to see... Yeah, see, none of these say... I don't know where that comes from. Frequency error. That's interesting, Tim. I don't know where that comes from. It looks like something I'm going to have to dig into. Here, I'm going to see. I want to see again if it's going to let me log in. Bear with me. I've got to find out how to get rid of... You're supposed to be able to get rid of the Telegram requirement. And so I need to figure out what that's all about. How do I get rid of that thing? I want rid of that. Okay, let me check something here real quick. All right, let me try this. All right, here we go. Now I'm in. All right, so let's look at my sat decks. All right, so once you log in, you get more information here. So I've got 83% of satellites. I'm collecting 83% of satellites. Got 75 shinies. And there's 96 satellites out there. I'm getting most of them, but there's some that are eluding me for somehow. Let's see. No, I haven't talked about the Artemis mission. We've got we've got a couple of weeks here, hopefully. I think we'll save that till we get a little closer to the potential launch. Let's see. Yeah, I've got a few. If you look back on some of those streams, and it's not hard to do, but if you want to follow along some of the live streams, look for the first ones that talk about Tiny Ground Station. I walked through the whole setup on that. No, it's going to be launching. Some folks are going to go down to Hamcation a little bit early to catch the launch. So we got a little bit of time yet to talk about that one. So let's see what else we've got here. This is kind of cool too, right? This is where you can see how your coverage compares with others. So this is all bands, and it looks like they've updated this since I've last looked at it. So this looks cool. Now what I did like that I don't see now, am I just missing it? So, you know, for all bands, these are the leaders. Before, it would tell you where you stood in this rank. Like, so it would, the last entry would be, you know, your station and whatever your ranking is. But here I can see top tiners. All right, let's see. How to win. To claim a hexagon, you must receive more packets than anyone else in that area. Determine your strategy using the toggle above. Total hex by area. Okay. So by hex ranks users by the number of territories they effectively control. Winner takes all. High scores are contested areas matter. High scores in contested areas. Contested. Sorry. Goodness. I need some more ghost energy here. If you're going to do it by area, ranks users by total geographic coverage. Every hex you reach counts toward your area score, even if you don't win. Okay. So, top tiners, 13 to 24. Hey, looky here. I'm on the list. So, I'm number 21. Hey, that's cool. Check that out. And so these are, let's see, I'm currently on hex. So I'm winning. I'm winning 35 hexes. That's kind of cool. And I guess it's the ones that are the color blue, I guess. That's pretty cool. All right, so then let's go down here. And that is all bands. Okay. So 435 band. Let's see. Hey, looky over here. I think we know that guy. That's awesome. And then I'm on this list here. Let's see. Tim, are you on this other list? I miss you over here. Is this you? Sure is. Look at that. Nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then let's see what's this next. 400 megahertz. So in the 433, I'm not on the 400 megahertz. Anybody else we know here on the 400? Doesn't look like it. Let's get down to the 137. Okay. Doesn't look like. Oh, wait. Here's our buddy Wes. KQ4 Wes. Hey, look, our buddy Wes is controlling 3 hexes, and that gets him 20th. I don't think Wes is. I didn't see him at all tonight, but I'll have to reach out to him and tell him congrats. Make sure he knows he's on the list. All right, and then 450 megahertz. Nobody I recognize. And then 800 megahertz. Look, there's so few here. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So now let's just, for the heck of it, while we're here, I mean, why not? Let's kick it over to area and see what changes. What has changed? All right, so let's look down through here. Ooh, so I got to 11th on area. I don't know any of these other names or call signs. Ooh, I got to 7th on area here. Hey, there's Tim. Tim, you got a weird color there. I could hardly make you out. Yep, VHF is a thing as well. It's a 134 megahertz, though. And it's kind of hard to find. Right? You see, or 137. It's 134 to 137. Right? So it's a... and if you guys recall... Let's see if our buddy Wes, yep, our buddy Wes is in here as well. Right, a couple of weeks ago, I highlighted a blog post that Wes had written on what radio he used and how he implemented a different frequency to get the 137 megahertz band covered. So it's a little bit of a process, but he's got that documented out there in in his blog. So this is pretty fun. All right, pretty cool. That's awesome. I mean, obviously here, right? So let's see. So this is where I have an advantage being central to the US and having an opportunity to cover a larger area. I'm assuming, well, let's see. Geographic coverage. Every hex. Well, that shouldn't come into play. That shouldn't matter. But I got 78 hex. But then if we switch our area, then I switch back over to hex. I'm over here, and man, look at Tim go, right? EOD kaboom right there. Top 5. That's awesome. But he doesn't, right? So if you think about this, right, this is where he has an advantage because he's out there in the middle of the ocean by himself. So he gets to claim all those hexes. So that's pretty cool. Nice work, right? Pick your strategy, right? That's what they tell you in here. Determine your strategy using the toggle above. Hey, that's fun. All right, and then let's see what else we got here. These are just, so these are all the hexes that I'm covering. Like I'm covering a boatload of hexes, right? But I'm not winning all those hexes. I'm not the top receiver in all those hexes. But I'm getting good coverage. Look at that. That is, that's pretty good, right? North America, almost all certainly all the U.S., getting into Canada, getting some Mexico there. Same here on 435. I mean, you can just keep looking at this stuff. It's so fun. It's so cool. Right now, if you have multiple stations, I need to add me a 137 station, and I can start claiming some hexes on 137 maybe. Now, see, so here's the rub. Here's the issue. We're not going to get a ton of 800 megahertz, because in most cases, when the satellites that operate on 800 megahertz fly over the U.S., they're supposed to cut. They're supposed to cut their transmission over the U.S. Now, what's interesting is some do, some don't. So that's where it is kind of interesting to see who's following the rules, who's not, or maybe who's struggling to follow the rules. Maybe that's the way to think about it. Maybe they're not doing it intentionally, but maybe there's an issue. And then these little things here, these are called shinies. And again, these are packets that you received that nobody else received. Right? So my station received 26 unique packets from this satellite on a particular pass, and nobody else picked those up. To me, those are interesting, right? I want to understand it. I mean, look at this, 605 shinies on this satellite. So why am I able to hear this satellite so well where others can't? That's interesting. Let's see. Tim's got a second station going up with eggnogs. Nice. Yeah, you got to throw up the 915. You got to. Yeah, there are shinies. You got it. Wild Radio. So anytime that you can receive, again, I mean, it's just, what is this, right? These are packets received exclusively by my station. For some reason, I really hear these geoscans pretty well, and others do not. I don't know why. Right? You can see the frequency, you can see the mode, you can see the power, right? 1 watt, FSK 435. So I hear those very well. Here's 400 megahertz LoRa. The other thing I always like seeing, right? These are 800 milliwatt. These are 800 milliwatt. I like to see what's the lowest power I can hear. I know some of these are 600 milliwatt. Look at that, 4 watts. That thing's blasting. Let's see here. Yeah, these Picos, right? These are little itty bitty Pico satellites. These things are 630 milliwatt. And you see, I don't get a lot of those. Now I had 2 shinies here, so that's kind of cool. But look, the number of packets is not very high, right? Because that low power. Ooh, here's another one. There's some more Picos. Man, I can just kill a ton of time here. Look at these 9 watts. These guys are pumping some power. 9 watts from space. Now, I'm not getting any of these connectilo. Not yet received. Oh, why? Because they're 800 megahertz. I don't have that radio up. Right? So there's only a handful of satellites that are 800 megahertz. A handful that are 137 megahertz. So that's all I'm missing. So that's what I've got to get up. That's what I got to get in the air. It's cool stuff. Very fun. Yeah, it is rad. It's very rad. My percentage complete right up here, 83%. What do you got, Tim? Yep, you can get shinies with the Heltec. I'm running a Heltec V3 as well. Right, so if we go out here and take a look at my station, I got a quarter wave ground plane antenna. And then, you know, if you're interested, wild radio, if you go out here to, if you want to do some shopping and look around, this will get you started. So if you go out to my Amazon store, see, I'm starting to build out an idea list here for the CrowPanel project. But if you go out here to the, this all started with a, with an event that Cornell University was putting on. So that's why it's called the Cornell Alpha CubeSat project. But this is the antenna that I'm running. I've got a couple iterations of it out here because when we were all doing this, we sold these out and then we found another one. I'm actually running this HYS one. Now, this is a commercial antenna. I bought it because I didn't want to take the time to build it. You can certainly build it. But if you just want it, if you just want to put it together and make it work, you can get one of these antennas. You can get yourself a, this is the Heltec that I'm running, V3. I'm running one of these, it's essentially a low noise amplifier, LNA. And then there's just various cables, parts, and pieces. But if this is something that you're interested in, I recommend you go back, watch some of that live stream that talks, you know, the first one that talks about the Cornell CubeSat project. And I walk through putting that all together. Yep, that's it. Sometimes you just want to build something and have it work. You know, sometimes you just want to assemble something. You know, it's okay to be an appliance operator every now and then. It's okay. It's really okay. And then the other thing I didn't mention, and I'll put some pictures. I'll put some pictures out. There are some pictures in those other streams. But all this, but the radio, the LNA, the cable and everything, it all fits in this little box. And so this is a little box that you can, and it's got like a little carrier in the bottom of it. Let's see. Is this one? Did they take the carrier out of them? Ah, here it is. No. I'm going to have to look back and see which. So the one that I used, and I'm wondering if they changed some of these up. I have to look at my specs. It certainly wasn't $44. It was more like this $10, $11 one. But what I don't see in this $11 one, unless they're just not showing a picture of it, is this little honeycomb carrier in there that allows you to kind of zip tie stuff to the board so it doesn't flop around when you put it out. But I'll revisit that. I'll check that out and make sure that that's the right one. I'm pretty sure that's it. It's gasketed. Like I said, I've had mine out, went through all this winter crud that we just had. And it's worked great because it comes with these cable glands. Now I put all my connections for the cable glands on the bottom half. The only thing that's on the top is the antenna, but the antenna comes with gaskets and everything you need. So check those out. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a fun project. Yeah, they changed the link. I'm gonna have to reset that link. Let me see if I can do that real quick. That way, if anybody is watching and they want to get the right thing, let me just find it real quick here and I'll bring it up. All right, let's see. Where did you go? Oh, yeah, here it is. Boy, they sure did change it. All right, so all right, here we go. Now let me go back here. I'm going to delete that guy. Let's see, can I delete it from here? I don't think I can. I'll have to go over here to delete it, but let me just refresh this. And why don't I see the one I just added? Let's see. Does that take a minute? It shouldn't. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Or never seen. All right, let me try something else. I hate when this stuff doesn't work the way it should. And if I don't do it right now, it's like I'm not sure when I will get to it. All right, let's see if it shows up here. Okay, it showed up here. I'm going to get rid of this one. All right, let's see what happens here now. So I removed one box. That is so weird. So I've removed that box. Do I have to do anything to save it? I don't have to do anything to save it. Let me move that to the top. Let me try coming in from here. No, it's not getting updated here for some reason. But whenever I see it on the back end, it is updated. So maybe it just, oh, wait, I know what it is. I know what it is. Anytime you make a change to a store, it goes through an approval process. That's what's going on. So it's in the back end waiting for an approval. So if you check that, let's see. I think that'll, okay, it's shown up there. I think I've got some sort of cache thing going on here. I think if you go to that yourself, I think you'll see it. Right, because here I am seeing it correctly now. This is the one you want. You see it's got that little carrier board in here. So hopefully that helps. If you have any questions when you get into it, just hit me up. Yeah, I'll take some pictures and I'll show it so everyone can see it again. Let's see here. No, they're all pretty small, right? That box is 7.9 inches by 4 inches. So it's 4 inches wide, 8 inches long. So it's all relatively small. Yeah, it is a cool little antenna. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Glad to help. And like I said, if you run into questions as you're putting it together, you know, bring them here. Or if you can't wait, just send me an email and we'll figure it out. All right, so let's see here. Let me just double check and see if I've got. Doesn't look like I have picked up any satellites. All the satellites go to sleep. They all go to bed. Yeah, I've got no satellites on my Meshtastic device either. So I'm going to go ahead and power this guy down. So my next step, just to tell you guys what I had planned, now that I'm able to get satellite data into the CrowPanel, my next step is to try to plot. Well, actually, I found some code that'll do satellite predictions. So now that I can get that, now that I have GPS data coming in, I want to work on getting satellite predictions showing up on the screen on the CrowPanel. So that's the next step. Hopefully I get a chance to do that this weekend with the weather being so crappy. But yeah, I might as well power that sucker down. Let me move him out of the way. All right, we're back in action. All right, gang, let's see. Do we have, did we scare everybody away? How are we doing here? Let's see. Wow, you guys are troopers. I got 33 people hanging out at 1 o'clock in the morning Central. That is fantastic. You guys are awesome. Troopers. Truly. That is fun. Roger's still out there. Look at Roger going. Bill's out there. Look at Bill. Bill's like, what are you talking about? It's 2 a.m. here. That is good stuff. Good to see people, you know, I feel like we've found a good community here of people that like to hang out late and, you know, can put up with my rambling and my ADD squirrel chasing. So I appreciate all you guys. Ted, you're good, buddy. You can yawn all you need to. Yeah, that's it, Wild Radio. That's it. Look at Andy. Andy's like, man, I've been up, Andy, 7 a.m. Wow. So, I mean, you joined us. Gosh, it had to be 10 o'clock or so. Maybe it was a little bit later than that, but not much more. The Dupa's dancing. Nice. Yeah. EOD, you're right on time. Hey, EOD, I think I saw your note, and I want to just make a quick announcement here. Tim was going to do his inaugural live stream tonight, but I think you pushed it out 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? I know you've got some stuff going on that's going to cause you to push it out. And if I'm not mistaken, well, feel free to drop your anticipated date out in the chat there so folks know when you're going to try your first live stream. So looking forward to that. February 14th or 13th your time. Yeah, so are you still going in the same time frame? I think you were scheduled for, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was maybe 5 o'clock Central. Yeah, or maybe it was 6 o'clock. It may have been 6 o'clock Central. It was either 5 or 6. So we'll keep an eye out for that. So looking forward to the stream there. That'll be fun. It's always great when we get more voices and more folks to share. That's the fun here, right? That's what all this stuff is about. But let me see. Do I have anything else to share with you guys before we wrap it up? You got the hour before Frank. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to continue to test that GPS repeater. I feel like that's something a lot of people could use if we can find a good one that works well. I'm going to get that outside, get the receiver outside. I mean, that's what it's intended, right? This thing is intended to put the receiver outside and then put the repeater device, the repeater part of the whole contraption inside, so that your indoor devices can pick up those relatively weak GPS transmissions. So I've got that going on. I'm going to work some more on the breadboard project here. Too cold to do anything really outside wise. You know what I didn't do this past week? It was some of these days it was just tough, right? You take care of the animals early in the day, you get through work, you got to take care of the animals again late in the day. Every time you go out, it's freezing, wears you out. Some of these days were just kind of lost days. You don't want to do anything. You come in after being frozen for an hour. All you want to do is thaw out. And, those days turned into bourbon evenings, and that was it. Let's see. Ooh. So looks like Tim's got some repeater work he's got to get to. Yeah, be careful with that. I'm hoping you get all harnessed up and you're following all the safety protocols. We always want people climbing safely. Certainly. Oh, they're good days. Those days are good days. I mean, those are days when you're tired at the end of the day, but it feels good type of tired. I like those days, but they're not days where you get any radio done. That's kind of the point I was making. But in terms of enjoying those days, I mean, it really kind of reminds me of whenever you're a kid and you go out and you play all day in the snow and you come in and, you get that first cup of cocoa in you and you have something to eat. And then all of a sudden you're just exhausted. You're just tired and you're just ready for a nap. That's basically what it was. I've traded my cocoa in for bourbon and, but everything else is the same, right? You get something to eat, get a little bourbon in your belly, and then you're just toast, right? You get in a warm house after being outside. Oh, it feels so good. It's a really good feeling. And the dogs really enjoy it too, right? The dogs just pack in around you and, those are good days, no doubt. Let's see. The TinyGS install does not give you an option to set up the 915 board. So the 915, let me go back to, this is the hocus pocus here. Well, let's look here again. That's not what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. So I don't think there's a 915 directly, but the 915 board, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have to go back and pull up Wes's blog. The 915 board is what he used to get to the 137 megahertz frequency. Now let me think. Hold on just a minute. Let me find. So you're not getting the 915 megahertz satellites. You're getting the 137 megahertz satellites with that board. Let me just find. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Well, let me try this differently. Let me just, I thought it was in Blogspot. It was. Okay. All right, let's see. Here we go. So these are good blogs, Wild Radio, if you want to look at these as well. Wes has done some good work out here documenting some of these. Let's see here. I think I'm just looking through here to see which board he's using. Yeah, so so this is the key. You've got to use, here's the key right here. This is the secret sauce. You need to make sure you need to see if your board has the SX1278 LoRa chip on it, Bill. If it does, then, and this is a 915, is that right? Did I get that right? No. I'm sorry. That's not right, I don't think. You need to get the 1278. Is that right? Yeah, it's got to be the 1278 chipset because that can be tuned to 137 megahertz. So we need to see what chipset you have on your board. And if you've got the right chipset, you can use that board for 900 or for 137 megahertz. Does that make sense, Bill? Yeah, so that's awesome if you've got that board. I've tried to buy, daggone it, I have to go back and look. I looked and looked and looked, and right here's that box. This is that same box that that I have in my store. Wes bought that box and used it for his project as well. So let's see if I can find this board. I'm going to buy this board. It's been sold out every time I've tried to find it. I'm trying to remember what board he found. Maybe he just had it. Let's see. All right, let's try this. That's what we want. Does Amazon think it's got one? Is this real? Okay, that's not the full. I am suspect of this. All right, let's see. So it says it's a 433 megahertz. But I don't see. eByte is one of the brands that I'd come across. I want to see something more that's kind of the full board. It also has Bluetooth and everything else. Might have to go this direction. Let's try this instead. Ah, okay, what's this? Wrong board. 1262. That's a 1262, no good. I couldn't find one very easily. 1262, I went to 1278. All right, what's this one here? $12.62, no good. Here, let's try this. Okay, 1278, 1278. So they just have the modules. So let's add in. I also want the ESP32. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I wasn't able to find it before here, so let's see. Let me add ESP32 on here. And let's see. Do they have it on eBay? Okay. Well, see, now this has me worried. 1276/1278. No, I need it to be 1278, period. So these make me feel like I can't trust them. Let's see. $100? I don't think so. I'm wondering why they're showing both of those chips. Do they have two? Do you get to pick which option? See, this is a rabbit hole here. I'm gonna have to go back and search again. I'll have to. I want to believe it's a LilyGo that Wes used. Oh, here we go. So I went to 1278. $35. Seems a little spendy for it, but it was a LilyGo, so. I'm going to do a little more searching around before I pull the trigger on it, but I would really do want to get that 137 up and running. And it's just a simple dipole. And you guys may recall, we watched we had a great video, and I believe it was from a Russian station that showed his build, and it was great. Super simple, a lot of fun. See, rabbit holes, rabbit holes, rabbit holes. Drop that link. Which link, Bill? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Is this for the blog? Here, let me drop this in here. Right, so there's Wes's blog. Yeah, LilyGo usually has some, let's see the link that told how to configure for the other band. Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. It's in, it's all in here. See, I don't think I've seen this. I'm going to have to go back and look at, let's see. Oh no, that's the same one we just looked at here, wasn't it? Yeah, so let's see. This is, trying to see, designed. Doesn't say specifically if that's his picture. I think it is. But yeah, just go back, go through and read this, Bill. This is the one you want. I'm going to have to reach out to Wes. Wes wasn't here last week either. Hope he's doing okay. I have to check in on him. Oddly, I think I've got one that already can do that. Do VHF. Nice. And a few 8, but none in 433. Well, Ted, you can get those other bands going. And I mean, the 433 ones are pretty easy to find. You won't have any trouble finding those. Yeah, you won't have any trouble finding that at all. All right, gang. What else we have? Let's see, 26. We dropped below 30. Still 26 of the out there, though. I'm impressed. We got some troopers. We got some troopers. Well, I think we may be hitting the end of the line here, folks. Maybe we'll call it a night. What do we got here? 1:14 Central. Bill's up late. He's 2:14. I think I've got to my other idiosyncrasy is it takes me about 45 minutes to wind down to be able to conk out. So I always have to try to factor that in as well. $11 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, this was a good time. Thanks for hanging out for such a long time tonight, everybody. I really do appreciate it. I always look forward to these. You know, I go through a period where I stress over what we're going to cover, but then it seems like it always takes care of itself, right? We start out with a topic and then, you know, the community just kind of picks up and off we go. So we generally don't have a problem finding some fun stuff to talk about. But hey, I hope everybody stays warm and safe over the weekend. I know we're getting another cold blast here. I know they're getting more cold. Bill, I think you've got cold coming your way again as well. So stay safe. Try to find some radio to practice. And yeah, I'm going to try to advance the ball on a few of these projects so I can share that with you guys next week. That's my plan. But until then, guys, I think we're at a good spot. It has never stopped being cold. Ugh. Yeah, we had 2 days here, Bill, where it warmed up, got over freezing, made a heck of a mess, you know, it gets over freezing during the day and then everything just refreezes at night. So, but we're not going to get over freezing here for the next couple of days. So I'll be stuck in the house here, except for few chores. I've got a few chores to get done tomorrow. Take care of the goats. And then I hope to be cranking out some projects. So hope you guys are able to get to some radio fun as well. And again, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your emails. It's a good time. Really appreciate everyone. Thank you for the Roger. I see you're still in here. Thank you. I appreciate those guest memberships as well. All that stuff helps. So take care, folks. We'll catch you next week. 7-3.